To order for November 4th, 2025. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just to let everyone know, Mayor Karspeck notified me and the board and Administrator Kirk that he may or may not be here tonight, so I will be keeping the seat warm until he shows up or doesn't. Clerk Zamora, can we go through roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Here.
Trustee Albrecht,
Here.
Trustee Wing,
Here.
Trustee Ayers,
Here.
Trustee Hardy, Trustee Brody, and Mayor Karspeck are not present.
All right. Thank you. We only have one item tonight. This would be the amendment to the Wilson property purchase contract, and this will be presented by Administrator Kirk. If you'd like to go forth.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy and trustees. Tonight, as you may recall, the town entered into a purchase agreement with HT Land for 52 acres of property down by Little Thompson River, just south of 5th Street. So on your screen, kind of on the top right corner of that image is Heritage Ridge. That's 5th Street coming north and south, and it terminates currently at the Wilson Farm property. There's a portion of the greenway that we are, the gray area identified on this map was kind of the original 52-acre portion of the property that we had intended to acquire. It largely follows the floodplain, but it also connects just south of Hillsdale Park over to a property that extends all the way over to Berthoud Parkway. So this would be an expansion of the greenway and open space area at the south end of Rose Farm, through Hillsdale Park, down the Dry Creek corridor, and ultimately to the Little Thompson River. So just as a little bit of a reminder for excuse me, what our original deal looked like. As part of our due diligence, we've done a variety of things. One of those was an appraisal. What we originally offered on a dollar per acre value was what we paid for the Beefus property, which is just to the east of this on the other side of First Street and the railroad tracks. It did appraise for a little bit less because more of this property is encumbered by floodplain than the Beefus property was. And so we raised an appraisal objection with the seller and with the intent of negotiating a lower price. What we ultimately discussed and what we'd like you to consider tonight, and from a staff standpoint, we think this is a good idea for the town, is that the seller would give us more land for the same price. So we wouldn't pay less. We'd pay what we originally agreed to pay in the contract, or what the board approved originally in the contract, but we would get more land as a result. So instead of 52, we'd be talking about 68 acres. Don't pay attention to the development. That's just a conceptual layout of a potential future development. The decision that you would make in terms of the purchase won't grant any land use approvals. We wouldn't do that out of sequence. What it would do is, because the value of the land would be more, the value of the land that we acquired would technically be more now than what we offered to pay. So we would be getting land at what I would call a discount. And in exchange, if a future development's process, that annexation is expected to occur so that we can subdivide the land in order to acquire our portion. So that's all part of this long due diligence period in the contract. There's some land use actions that have to occur. That was part of the original contract. But once that occurs, if a subdivision plan is submitted to the town board and ultimately approved, this contract would allow the current seller to utilize the land that we would be acquiring to to manage and transmit storm drainage. That would require our review and approval, but we would grant an easement. There is a form of an easement that's attached to that amendment, so it'd be very similar in form to whatever that easement that is included in your packet. With the expectation that the remaining property could utilize the property that we acquire to transmit storm drainage ultimately to the river, right? Because that's where it flows today. We think that's a reasonable exchange. The other thing that would occur is that as a result of the discount that we received in the acquisition, the development would not have to provide additional open space per our code. So you'd be you'd be granting a waiver to our open space dedication requirements, which is typically a small portion of every project. But in exchange for the discount we'd received on the land that we acquired, the developer would not have to provide additional open space. We think that's reasonable. As you can see, there's a significant amount of what would ultimately be open space adjacent to, potential future development. Again, don't get hung up on the layout or the lot layout. None of that. That's all conceptual at this point. And then we would also allow the developer to construct some enhanced natural areas in kind of like park-like amenities, and would allow the transmission of cross-connection utilities from kind of one side of the project to the other through that open space. Those would be underground. Again, that would be done in consultation with the approval of the town. But those are the concessions that we would allow. So we would allow them to continue to use the property for storm drainage, to create some enhanced natural areas, to waive open space requirements, and then also to connect utilities and trails through that property for the benefit of the project in the future. And otherwise, the land would be owned by the town, controlled by the town. And this was part of, if you'll recall, just as a reminder, this was part of a Great Outdoors Colorado grant, excuse me, that we submitted and received to purchase both the Shaw Farm, which we've already closed on, and we're working through the grant process to get reimbursed for a portion of that acquisition, and then this property. The original grant submittal was for 35 acres. We ultimately agreed on 52, and now the seller is suggesting 68. So in all cases, we're able to acquire more, but for the same amount that we had kind of initially envisioned. So I think that's largely a good deal for us. We've amended the contract once to extend the appraisal objection deadline so that we could get this in front of you. That appraisal objection deadline would end this week, so that's why we needed to get it in front of you tonight. It's a part of your special meeting. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. But with that, we would recommend that you approve that contract amendment to increase the property acquisition size to 68 acres for the same original contract value with the concessions that were described.
Thank you, Administrator Kirk. Questions from the board? Trustee Ayers.
Not really. If it was the same price that was already offered for a little bit more land, kind of fill out that boundary. Seems pretty straightforward. I don't really have any questions.
Trustee Wing. Trustee.
The black line, is that the Little Thompson?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. All I have.
Trustee Albrecht.
The only question I guess I have is, do you see any potential conflict or reasons that we would have issues with annexing once that came before us?
I don't think so. When we originally decided to purchase the property, we knew that the best, at least the way that we structured the deal, was that there were some expected land use actions that would need to occur in order to make this acquisition happen. Because currently, it's not subdivided in a way that we could acquire the portion that we want to acquire, that river and dry creek corridor. And so it would need to be subdivided. We'd have to go through the county's processes unless we annex. And so this is within our comprehensive plan. It's planned for future development. It's actually planned for more future development than what would occur here with us acquiring a significant portion of the property. So, I think that's a good thing for us. But I guess ultimately that would be your decision. But the contract does contemplate that it would be annexed so that we could subdivide through the town's processes rather than having to go through the county.
Okay. And I'm just clarifying that our comp plan does designate the use and that there's not going to be a conflict in the community for how that's used.
This property in prior comprehensive plans and the current comprehensive plan is envisioned as suburban residential that would mirror both Heritage Ridge to the north and the already approved trails at Creekview that's immediately to the west. So it will kind of fill in that last bit down to the river. I think us acquiring a significant portion of that river corridor is great for long-term ecological value, recreational value, and obviously it connects on the east to the Beefus property, which connects to the Lewis Heritage Farm, which connects to the town's wastewater plant, which is just a mile from the Shaw property. We've got a few more spots to acquire there, but this is helping us kind of piece together that open space corridor all the way from 287 to I-25 that we've all talked about and envisioned.
That's perfect. No further questions.
All right. With the approval of the board, I'd like to open this to the public. If you have any comments, I'd like you to keep them to 3 minutes and step forward and speak your name as well as address. Do we have any public comment on this item? All right. Without further ado, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have any comments on this item?
This is a conservatorship. There's no constraints on it at this point.
There's not. A portion of the property will ultimately have to be conserved in order to get GOCO funding. So that's one of the requirements for us to obtain reimbursement through GOCO. But we don't have to conserve the entire portion, only the portion that we originally applied for in the grant. So we had originally conceived of roughly 35 acres. That's what is included in the grant. So the remaining, what would be like 33, am I doing the math right? We could use for park space, we could use for lots of other things. And actually, even the conservation unit in itself will require some kind of passive recreational component. That's one of the other things we would expect. So trail corridor, passive recreational uses like interpretive areas or, benches and shade structures. And we can do all of that within that conserved area, but it will never be developed.
Is this farmed today?
A portion of it is, yeah.
Would we anticipate that continuing?
In the short term, likely. We have a current farm lease on the Beefus property. We have a current farm lease on the Shaw property. We have a current farm lease on our wastewater plant. Most of the open spaces that we own, and as you know, we own hundreds of acres that we've been working to acquire. Most of those, well, all of them will continue to be farmed, assuming that we can continue to find farmers to lease the ground until such time as they're used for recreational purposes.
Trustee Albrecht, any comments?
Just that this seems like a great opportunity, and I love that we're getting more for our dollar essentially. And I think this is a better use of open space to have it be something like this. So it seems like a slam dunk.
Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, same. No further comments.
I'll definitely jump in. I'm happy to see another component of this river corridor brought forth. Thank you, Administrator Kirk, for aligning this and making this happen. I know it's always challenging negotiating these deals, so thank you for that.
Appreciate that.
I'm certainly in support of this. I'd like to hear if there's any motions in support of this action.
I'll move to approve amendment to contract to buy and sell real estate between the town and HT Land Partners 400 LLC.
Second?
That would be a motion by Trustee Albrecht and a second by Trustee Wing. If we could do a roll call vote on this.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes. All right. Thank you. If the board doesn't have any further business, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. Is that acceptable? All right.
Absolutely.
I will close this meeting at 6:47. All right. And we will be moving right into the study session following this. So I will officially open that up at 6:47 as well. Administrator Kirk, did you have anything you wanted to present on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. This is a follow-up to the prior study session that we had where we talked about a couple of different options for moving forward. This, again, is an opportunity for you to ask questions, for us to kind of talk about the options that have been presented previously, to give you some updated information, and then to kind of more broadly talk about parks priorities as you see fit. We do have members of our port committee here tonight, so we're grateful that they are able to attend, and you may want to hear from them and their thoughts. So we'd love to hear those and those questions as well. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going through what we've already talked about. I did want to point out, I think one of the great things is that we're able to have this discussion. One of the things that came out of the 2024 survey that we've already talked about a lot, but that I think is always worth reminding ourselves, that 76% of the respondents to that survey strongly agreed that the town should continue to develop new parks, open space, recreation, trails, amenities, even using town funds or bonds. And so I think there's a lot of support in our community for parks and recreation, trails, open space development, and I think we're just fortunate as a community that we have that opportunity in front of us. To go back through this list, we've also a couple of these lists we've also seen in terms of current most important amenities. These are not what are most important to you in the future, but what are the most important amenities that we have today? Parks, trails, and open space, obviously always ranked towards the top. Our leisure pool at the rec center is popular. Workout facilities, the playgrounds, athletic fields. We're really in a good spot where we have a lot of amenities that are accessible to the public that we operate, I think, generally successfully. I thought this was kind of an interesting slide, and we didn't talk about it at the last meeting, but as I was thinking about just kind of where are we at today and what are the decisions that are in front of us, you could see the way these are ranked, and these are based off questions that were asked in the survey, but you've got these 4 quadrants: high importance, but low needs met. And I think the reality is these are low wants met, right? I mean, we can always debate whether parks and recreation is a need or a want. But in either case, aquatics facilities and trails continue to be of high importance, but the community feels like what we have today is not meeting what they would like to see. Not meeting the needs, not meeting the wants. On the lower left quadrant, we've got low importance, but also low needs met. So maybe these didn't score quite as high on like, hey, this is really important to my household, but it also scored low on meeting the needs of the community. So tennis courts is a good example. That's not a shock. We have one tennis court that the town owns, and we have school district tennis courts that aren't available all day long, right, because of school and other activities. So we would expect to see that. Ball fields, you heard a lot from a local baseball organization at a previous meeting. So, we've heard that there's obviously some need there. That makes sense. Adult programming, the public would like to see more adult activities. We have a lot of good youth programs, and you can kind of see that one ranks right almost at the center of this little graph. Programs with youth is kind of right in the middle of importance, but also needs met. Community gardens, I thought, was kind of an interesting one. I don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time worrying about that. We have community gardens in lots of our subdivisions. I think there's both an educational component to that. We also have a beautiful community garden that the town recently renovated with the support of Berthoud Local that's available to the community at Pioneer Park, but it doesn't get heavily used. So some of that may just be an educational thing, and some of that might be one of those, like, it sounds good, but people don't use it quite as much. And then what you see on high importance needs met, I think that's a lot of the stuff we've built, right? Pickleball courts, bike park, skate park, more multi-purpose athletic fields for soccer and flag football. Obviously, we have a lot of those at the rec center. Playgrounds, we've got some incredible playgrounds, and this was actually before we did the town park renovation. So,
Is it low importance because it already exists? Or
I think, from my perspective, I think there's 2 ways of looking at it. I think on the lower importance side, it's often a smaller segment of the community that uses those, and so they don't rank as high when they get ranked in importance. Trails get used by a lot of people across all demographics. The aquatic facilities do too. Whereas like ball fields, for instance, that's a much narrower demographic for who uses those facilities. So they rank a little lower on the importance scale.
but this is also saying that our needs are met already.
If it's on the right side of the line, it's generally saying that, look, that the needs have been met. So like when we think about pickleball courts, that makes sense. We built 8 really high quality pickleball courts at the rec center a couple of years ago. So you would expect that the needs have been largely met for
So it's
that
current, not
demographic.
future, like I think
Correct.
you said, right?
Yeah. So this
perfect.
is just kind of what's existing. And again, this was prior to town park. I would guess that playgrounds might even be higher on the needs met side, in that we've done a really incredible renovation at town park. When you ask people about where do you want to spend your money, this is just a reminder for all of us. More pathways and trails. So, can we continue to develop the trail system that we envision in our trails master plan? Preserving existing open space. Can we continue to acquire and develop open space like we have been the last couple of years? New aquatics amenities. We know an outdoor pool is a high priority, and that shows up in a lot of different ways in this survey, and it showed up a lot in the public feedback you've received. So I think the outdoor pool has been driving a lot of the conversation. I think it's probably still very central to our conversation tonight. Making improvements and renovating existing park facilities. Again, this survey was prior to the renovation of Town Park. I think most of our parks facilities are in really nice shape today. That was kind of the last one that was in really poor shape. We have some other improvements we could make at Fickle or Collins or some of the other smaller parks that we have, but in general, I'd say our parks are in pretty good shape now. And then adding larger regional parks like 10 plus acres, and then other dollars spread around a long list of other activities. This one we've seen a lot, and this is that what are the top 3 most important future amenities? And when we think about, where do we want to prioritize our time, I think this is an important thing for us to think about. Again, I think what shows up is a lot of the stuff that's on the bottom half of the list are things that we've built recently. Dog parks, multipurpose athletic fields, pickleball courts, new playgrounds. We have a shallow pool for infants and toddlers at the indoor aquatics facility at the rec center. We have I say it's the biggest hot tub in northern Colorado. Nobody's challenged me yet, so we'll just keep planting that flag until somebody proves us otherwise. We've got great fitness equipment, and on and on. What you see on the top half are things that maybe either don't meet the needs or don't fully meet the needs, or that we don't have. So like we don't have disc golf, so you'd expect to see that on the top half of the list. We've got indoor pool right in the middle. My guess, based on all the feedback we've received, is that we've got a great indoor pool for recreational use. We don't have a great indoor pool for lap swim and competitive swim, so you expect to see that kind of in the middle. That makes sense. Diamond athletic fields, you've heard about that. Amphitheater, we've heard about that. Outdoor pool. So again, all kind of jives with the feedback that we've received both in the survey and then public meetings. But I will say we also have to, I think it's good to remind ourselves we have a lot of these things in various forms, right? It's not that we have the perfect version of all of these, but we darn near have just about everything on the list today. If obviously we talked a lot about it at the last meeting. I think the decision was kind of clearly made. We're going to continue forward with the Arboretum, and we want to continue to prioritize some improvements at Jeskowski. And so if we do those things, we add some additional dog training space, at least in the current vision for Jeskowski. We add disc golf, we add more picnic areas, more natural areas, more bike and running trails. At both of those facilities, there will be trail improvements. So just those 2 projects alone. Oh, and there is a small music stage at the Arboretum as part of the Arboretum lawn. So that might not be a full amphitheater like what I think we envision when we say amphitheater, but we will get some of that amenity there as part of that multi-purpose lawn. If we build a pool at Wagner, we also get that outdoor pool. We get the lap lanes for swim. We get a leisure pool with a gentle slope for easy entry. We get those lap lanes for exercise. We actually get a diving board there, which we probably wouldn't get at Richardson unless we want to design it that way. And we get that area for deep water diving. We do get diving blocks as part of that more competitive lap swim kind of design. If we do Richardson instead, what you see is basically a lot of the same stuff. The handful of things that we get to add are more water slides. We can, I'm going down the list. There we get new water sprays with interactive play features. That's another addition, but we've got a couple of those in town already, so that's great. We get potentially another playground in the full design of Richardson, probably not likely in phase 1 or 2. The same is true with an amphitheater. There's an amphitheater in that design. It was in there since 2019, but that wouldn't likely be part of phase 1 or phase 2. Phase 1, depending on how we rephase the project. But again, it's a lot of the same kind of stuff. So what we're really talking about is kind of the scope and scale. So I have a couple slides in here with the current projects, at least in their most current form. Happy to go through these in detail as it's helpful to the conversation. Again, I think the Arboretum, you guys gave us pretty clear direction at the last meeting, so we're continuing to move forward. Those plans, the 90% plans have been reviewed. And and so we're finishing up the technical details and still expect to be able to bid that project in spring of 2026. So that money's in the budget. That project is ready to get executed and should be under construction in 2026 if you guys vote to approve all those, both the budget for next year and the ultimate bid.
Is it in
Bid
the
results and
budget as a
documents.
capital expense?
It is.
And do you know the amount? Is that 8.5 that I'm seeing here?
Yeah, we have 8.5 total in the budget. That should cover construction and construction administration costs. Now, you know, we've done a variety of different cost estimating activities, and until we actually go to bid, you just really never know what you're going to get. You know, we've seen cost estimates throughout the course of the project early on as low as 6.5. We've seen cost estimates as high as, I don't know, 12.5. If the bids come in and they're at 11, we're going to have to look at what we can cut out. But we feel like based on what we have planned, this project could be done in that 8.5 total budget number. Oh, and maybe that's wishful thinking, but I think that's based on both our experience and what we think is reasonable from a construction cost standpoint.
If I could.
Sure.
Just before we jump off that. I know we've been talking about, having it completed this year. What's the holdup, I guess, on the last 10%?
There's not really any holdup. It's just getting those last pieces dialed in. I think we're expecting the 100% plans. Some of that's holidays, right? I mean, the reality is the consulting team is going to slow down naturally a little bit over Thanksgiving and Christmas, New Year's, because they'll have people in and out and getting coordinated to get meetings done. And then we'll need some time to review that 100% plan set along with the specification package and make sure that's good. So there's some tweaks based on the 90% plan review. There'll be another submittal and review of that 100% plan review before we're ready to hit the gas and go out to bid. But we could be out to bid as early as February or March, I think, based on the current timeline. I think more realistically, just because nothing ever happens as fast as you want it to, especially in this business, we're probably more likely to be out to bid in more like April, and then maybe a May construction start.
Thank you.
Good question.
If approved.
If approved. I mean, you guys will have to approve the construction contract. We will bring you the entire package for you to authorize us to go out to bid, and then you'll ultimately approve the construction contract. We will have money in the budget for the 2026 budget, as I've already described. So you'll be giving some kind of tacit approval at that point, but you're not going to actually commit to spend the money until we sign that construction contract. Again, because trails are important, I just thought it was a good idea to say, hey, look, we have this trails master plan. In terms of what's existing, this is relatively up to date. There's a couple little kind of tweaks here that are probably both reasonable and appropriate. But what we've been working on.
Can I comment this before you're done?
Sure. Yeah. But what we've been working on for the last several years was to get the southern kind of loop done, and you can see that's effectively complete. It's a combination of some hard and soft surface trails, but I think it's a little over 3 miles. What we've been working on this year is the extension of the trail up Berthoud Parkway to 10E, with the goal of ultimately connecting to the Front Range Trail north of County Road 14 through the Heron Lakes development. So there is trail that is planned and should be under construction by the developer that will ultimately connect to the Front Range Trail. Is not identified on this map. But as I think most of you know, we've talked about this before, but it's been a bit, so you may not recall, but there are some environmental issues north of County Road 14 that we're not in control of, but that may limit the county's ability to make that trail connection up to Loveland like we've all been working towards. So we'll continue to support that effort, but we'd like to get that kind of backbone connected to the Front Range Trail through Heron Lakes, down Berthoud Parkway, and ultimately to that southern end. That's been the priority focus for trail development. There are some other opportunities that are in front of us that we'll continue to pursue, both in Heron Lakes along the Rookery, and then as we head east, there's a lot of trail being constructed currently through Farmstead and making those connections across the railroad and back to this other trail loop as that trail network continues east. And then now, as we're acquiring a lot of open space along Little Thompson River corridor, we're going to need to do a planning effort to decide where and how we build a trail along the river corridor. We probably don't want one right next to the river. We might want it set back away from the river a little bit, where you can kind of peek in down towards the river once in a while. The trail might swing a little close, but to try and preserve more wildlife corridors, all that stuff will have to get sorted out. But that work will continue unless you tell us to quit. Oh yeah, sorry, Trustee Wing, you had a question about this.
So you see up in the left-hand corner, Welch Reservoir.
Yep.
And then right to the north of that, in our legal documents in the neighborhood, it calls that McNeil.
Mm-hmm.
And is whatever that dotted line is there a plan? Because we've got an email from a resident talking about Huron Lakes and trails. Is there a trail planned between Welch and McNeil, and then heading, I think it's either north or west, between Lone Tree and McNeil, that green dot?
No.
Are those ever?
So yes and no. So there has been a trail envisioned, that one that runs east-west, probably along that kind of heavy dashed line along the peninsula.
Right.
Once you get out far enough, you get close to the heron rookery that's out there that's managed by the state. There are some pretty significant setbacks to that for a huge chunk of the year because of their nesting activities.
Right.
So we would expect that to be kind of an out and back trail along that peninsula. It would not connect across through between McNeil and Lone Tree,
Okay, so when you
because the
see
rookery is
words
right there in the
Lone
middle of
Tree
that.
Reservoir, and at the end of Reservoir, the letters IR.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the rookery? Do I have that?
No,
Okay.
it's actually more down where, where those two dashed lines come down
Okay.
to a point,
Okay.
kind of where all three reservoirs converge, Welch, McNeil, and
Yep.
Lone Tree. It's more down in that area.
And they're right, and so it's questionable or tentative if there's going to be trails there?
I think there will be someday. Part of the challenge is that in order to access them, we have to go through the developer's property, and they haven't really decided what to do with that yet.
Okay.
The original plan had a cul-de-sac and houses in it. I think that's actually currently platted, if I recall correctly. But it's certainly part of their master plan. But I think that they've envisioned that a little bit differently, and so there's a lot of construction activity that's being done on that lot. They store a lot of materials out there. There's equipment coming and going on the land that they own there, and we have to go through that in order to get to the peninsula. So that's part of the challenge. And then there's also the challenge of there's some space where the reservoir actually breaks the peninsula into a couple spaces, and so we'll just need to work through the ditch company to make sure that we're all in alignment about where the trail goes and how it's accessed. We'll have to have a plan in place to protect the rookery during those nesting times. There's just some issues that have to get worked out there. I would expect it to happen. We don't currently have a plan for it. It's been talked about a lot over the last 5 or 6 years. It's just never really risen to the top of the list as we've been executing other park and recreation and trail projects.
I could just interrupt for a second.
Sure.
We just had Mayor Karspeck join us. Do you have anything to add?
I don't.
If
Thank
you want to take over.
No.
You're
we're-
good?
Yeah.
All
Where
right.
are we in this?
Oh, sorry.
I just came straight from that road trip here. So.
We're just talking a little bit about, we're just kind of getting to the primary discussion about Parks and Trails priorities. So just doing a quick review of
Okay. All we're at. Thank you.
survey and some of the things where we're at today, and then we can talk about where we go from here. I
Can
did want.
talk about the last slide real quick.
Oh, sure.
If you don't mind.
This is intended to be relatively informal as a study session, so please stop me, ask questions. Yeah.
I know it's hard to switch gears from our formal meeting to a more loose meeting, but the bridge that goes over 287, is that Tenny?
It is.
Are there any plans for a path or trail along that bridge?
So we've conceptualized, we have had discussions with and kind of talked about in concept with CDOT our ability to cantilever off the edge of that to extend the shoulders effectively for trail or pedestrian purposes. We've never designed anything. So, I mean, they're open to it, but their answer is basically like, you spend the money to design, we'll decide if we like it, and if we do, then you could build it. There is enough room right now, and the traffic is low enough that we feel like it's reasonable to put people onto the shoulder of the road, and so that's kind of how you'll go across the bridge today, and it's striped that way. But there is a potential in the future where we could, again, kind of attach to the edge of the bridge additional decking for sidewalk or trail, if that makes sense. But that bridge is controlled by CDOT. We don't own it.
I see. Which complicates everything. But I do think when we're looking so many years out with trails connections, that one seems to be pretty vital if we're going to plan any parks or any additional amenities on that side of the highway.
I would agree with that. And I think one of the things that would help to drive that is the original master plan for Heron Lakes, and even we've done a 10% design for on and off ramps at Tenney. So in the future, if you were on the board then, you may recall there's some commercial land in the corner of the Hammond Farm property. They asked to rezone that to residential, and the board said, no, we want to keep that commercial because eventually there will be some on and off ramps. I mean, it has very little or no commercial value today because of how little traffic is there. But in the future, if those on and off ramps are constructed, that would be a reasonable commercial location. So the board said no to that rezoning. When that project is executed, and I'm confident it will be at some point in the future, most of that will be driven by the development of Heron Lakes. But when those on and off ramps are constructed, that'd be a great time to redo that bridge. At the same time, there will likely need to be a couple of roundabouts built, on and off ramps, a widening of the bridge. All that could be done at the same time. Right now, the traffic out there is very minimal, and so getting across the bridge as a biker or pedestrian on the shoulder today is not super risky.
I didn't realize the significant infrastructure change there. I do think, this is just one voice, but I'm concerned about the amount of heavy traffic crossings we now have. And then if you add that as well, there's really no safe pedestrian or cycling crossing when that could maybe be utilized specifically for that use, especially with its connectivity to TPC and being able to get people from there into town safely, and the parks plan for that area. I think we need a specific pedestrian cycling crossing that's not interacting with the traffic. Does that make sense? And I don't know if we've talked about that in that area before, but it would be a shame to me if we didn't try to find a way to fit that in with that area.
There are some dedicated bike and pedestrian crossings, under crossings, conceptualized, one at Richardson that would connect across to Knievel. And again, that's just a concept. It's a very expensive endeavor to go underneath 287, as you can imagine, but there's some good grade change there, and there may be some opportunity to do that creatively with some existing crossings that exist for storm drainage or ditch crossings. And then we did have a concept design done for a pedestrian bike undercrossing at Berthoud Parkway and 287. That project's probably in the $4 to $6 million range at least. And we applied for a grant to do that and some major intersection improvements at Berthoud Parkway and 287. We did not get awarded that grant. So there are some conceptualized grade separated crossings where bikes and pedestrians would not be interacting with traffic. But those will be very expensive. But we do have a couple of locations identified between two different locations, kind of between Berthoud Parkway and Mountain Avenue along 287, if that makes sense. But I think your point's a good one, and I think you're right, especially as the community develops to the west with Heron Lakes, additional Knievel Park property. We're going to want to have some dedicated bike and pedestrian crossings.
Well, and I know, I think Mayor Karspeck brought up once, but there's the railroad that goes under 287 next to Prairie Star, just to the east of Prairie Star.
Mm-hmm.
Did we ever vet out whether that could be a safe underground passing option for pedestrians if we could partner somehow to create a passenger space for trails?
I think the answer to that is it's possible. That one's probably going to be the most challenging one because of the interaction with the railroad and because when you get south of 287, it doesn't connect to anything today. So that'll be a tough connection to make. It'll have to go through multiple private properties in order to kind of get back to a reasonable spot. But I do think in the future that it's been conceptualized for future trail development for a long time for there to be an undercrossing there at the railroad crossing at 287. So that's certainly a possibility. Realistically, I wouldn't expect that to occur in the near future.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good questions. Any more questions or comments about trails while we're here? I think those are good discussions.
Yeah, I second Trustee Albrecht's points. I think those are both valid ways to expand the system. So.
Yeah, very much so. This is just a open space map. We talked a little bit about that tonight. What was not included on this map at the time was the Wilson property. So if you see where Berthoud is labeled right in the middle of the yellow, if you went straight south to the blue area, right where it hits the river, that's the property we were discussing just a little bit ago. And so you can see that would connect to open space that is planned at Ludlow Farm, Hillsdale, the Wilson property, Beefus. I'm going left to right along the map. Beefus, Lewis Heritage, Town of Berthoud wastewater plant and farm. There are some other properties that have been preserved that the town does not own. South of the river, that red piece is the Shaw Farm that we acquired last year. And we just met with a property owner out on the east end of town, 2 different property owners in the last week and a half about potential conservation opportunities on the west side of I-25, but all the way down there at the east end of town. So if we are able to make those 2 acquisitions, or maybe 3, depending on how that ultimately played out, there's really only 6 or 7 properties we would need to go through to have a continuous corridor all the way from I-25 to 287. So we're making some pretty significant progress as a community. I think we should all be proud of that. This has been a big investment.
Do we have anywhere where it's identified where the private owners' conservation easements are in Berthoud?
So some of those are shown on our comprehensive land use map. So there are some other conservation easements that exist. We don't have them shown on this map because we were just trying to highlight the river corridor specifically, because that's where our priority has been from a spending standpoint. But there are some very large conservation easements along Highway 56 that are already in place, that are privately held, privately owned land, and those are for farming activities. They're not for public use. And we will be. We've met a couple times over the last 2 months. Just met again yesterday morning to talk about kind of an open space preservation, ag preservation, open house summit. I think we'll ultimately decide on what it's called. Colorado Open Lands has been helping us with that, and we're talking to our other partners at Larimer County Open Lands and Trust for Public Lands, a lot of the other preservation groups about what's the right format for that. Our goal would be both that it be open to the public, but also that there be special invites to all the property owners kind of east of town over to I-25 in that big unplanned area, so that at least they understand what options are available to them, and let them know about what the town has been working on and what we would like to continue to work on as we go forward.
Yeah, that's exciting. And I
Yeah.
think having the map show what we've done as a town and then the private owners that land too, I think shows the other farmers what opportunities exist for them and how exciting it is to be part of that shift in Berthoud and that change that people want to see to conserve land. And so it would be nice to see all that come together and get them excited to participate and show them the benefits, and maybe even inviting those private landowners to be part of that conversation to help get other people motivated and inspired. That would be exciting.
Yeah, I think those are all great points. I don't think we had this done prior to the last meeting, but one of the things that was discussed was, could we modify the pool? So I'm going to transition into pool talk, and that really centers around primarily the Richardson versus Wagner Farm conversation. So I think if you have any other questions or comments about any other stuff we've talked about, we can do that at any time. Doesn't have to be right now, but just so that we're kind of transitioning thought process to now outdoor pool. So there's a couple of outdoor pool options in front of us. You've seen the one at Wagner. Welcome, Trustee Brody. I'm glad you made it here safe.
Yeah. Just learned from Cleveland, and boy, are my arms tired.
But one of the questions that was asked at the last meeting is, could we modify the outdoor pool that was conceived of in the Richardson plan to make it an 8-lane lap pool? And the answer to that is yes. So we asked our design team to do a quick sketch. Obviously, there's a lot of detail that has to get worked out if we decided to go this route, but at least just to show kind of what's possible. What we'd lose is a little bit of deck space and lose a couple of shade structures. Excuse me, but we have a lot of deck space planned in this project already. And to have a lap pool with diving blocks for competitive swim, we could host meets here. We could run practices here. That would be outside, obviously, of the time where we would be operating the larger aquatic facility as a rec facility, but that's how we operate our current pool now, right? So it's closed on, like the indoor aquatics facility is closed on Tuesdays and Thursday nights for swim team and swim lessons and other stuff. This facility would operate similarly, although we'd probably do that a little bit different from a timing standpoint because this would be outdoors. But this would give us 8 new lap lanes outside. It would still maintain that 0 entry, which we think is great, both for recreational uses but also for therapeutic uses. So easier to get in and out of that pool for some folks. We would not do diving boards here. At least that's our current thought, is that if we did something like this, that we would just make this more like a 6-foot deep end that's perfectly suitable for diving blocks, but not diving boards. So for competitive swim starts, but not doing your 1.5 gainer at the on Saturday afternoon.
You see, it's not being used as a lap lane, which I assume would not be all the time. It would just be open.
It would, yeah. So during regular open swim, it would just, the lap lanes would be rolled up and it'd just be a big open body of water. So, the shallower areas, what would be on the kind of the southeast end of the pool, those would be great for, kids being there tossing balls back and forth, and then you'd have a little deeper area if kids wanted to.
And I know this illustration was done years ago, but
Actually, this illustration,
I know
what's
it's
in front of you
modified,
is
but
just,
still some
yeah.
of the big components.
Yeah.
Right. Really, the lazy river is. I just am so ignorant to that. Is that a really popular thing?
It's a very popular amenity at the rec center, and it actually shows up, if you go back, I'll just click back, it actually shows up pretty high on the list of important future amenities, which I thought was interesting. So we do have a lazy river indoors. It's short, but it's pretty good size.
Okay.
It gets used it gets used for exercise. So folks really like to walk against the current. And you'll see, we go a lot as a family. So, I see it anecdotally, but, our staff talks about it as well. It's you can walk against the current. It's very low impact on you, but you kind of have to work to do that. And so it's good exercise, for people with limited mobility and that just want to be in the water. But people do that during, kind of lap swim times, but they'll also do it. You'll see folks walking against the current during open swim, even with kids diving around them and trying to swim. So.
And the diving board, just making the ends of the lap pool deep. What was it? Why did we go there? What was the thinking?
So we thought for 2 reasons. One, I think the diving board is a cool amenity, right? Like we all grew up doing the diving board. It's a little riskier from a operations and risk management standpoint. But this facility at Richardson would also have a whole bunch of other amenities. Lots of water slides, the lazy river. And so there's other stuff to do. We felt like maybe at Wagner it made more sense to have a diving board because it would have been a lap or competitive kind of pool layout, and then a smaller 0 entry recreational pool. And so we felt like adding another amenity like a diving board there would make some sense. But it's one of those things, if we put it in, it would get used. In order to do that, we would have to dig that deep end. We could do 6 feet here. If we want to put in a diving board, it needs to go down to 12. And the cost to dig a deeper pool is not insignificant. So we felt like this would get us the lap lanes that we'd like to see, give us the opportunity to host competitive activities maybe in the summertime, obviously not in the winter, but in the summer. And then with all the other amenities that we'd have at that facility, we didn't feel like the diving board would really be necessary. That was the thought process. What that could be added in, we just need to dig a deeper hole, guard it a little differently. And just it would I mean, aquatics facilities are major insurance risk anyways. I mean, water is dangerous just inherently, so it's not the end of the world if that was something we wanted to do, but we'd probably lay it out a little bit differently too, right? Like we wouldn't have chairs behind that part of the pool and things like that, but we could make all that work if that was a priority.
Where are the slides located in that rendering?
Yeah, so I'll click back over to. I kept the slides in from the last presentation just in case there was anything that was easy to reference. And I'm sorry, this is actually probably not that easy to reference because it's small. But if you look down in the bottom part of the plan view, you can see the aquatics facility. What is on the right hand side of all that,
Is that where you're talking?
inside the red.
Yeah.
So down at the bottom of that facility, you see the star where the outdoor stage at Richardson was planned. To the right of that is the aquatics facility. Obviously, that's the light blue. You've got the recreational pool. It's kind of an amoeba shape. You've got the lazy river. You've got a large play structure with slides and things to climb on and spray features and all that. And then to the far right of that is a slide tower with 3 water slides. So there's a 3D rendering that's the second one down from the top
Doesn't
on the
dump
right
into the
side.
pool, it dumps into its own.
It dumps into
Self-contained.
runouts. Yeah, they're self-contained in a runout, and that's intentional because you can guard it differently. So if it dumps into the pool, then that's different operationally than if the slides go into a runout.
So if I'm understanding correctly, with the new design kind of sketch, that structure would still exist.
Yeah, everything actually really it'd be exactly the same conceptually. It would just that amoeba-shaped, kind of resort-style recreation pool would be modified to include 8 lap lanes instead. So again, you'd still have that 0 entry on the east end of the pool, but instead of kind of a more free-form shape pool on the west side, it would just be it would be converted to a rectangle. So a little bit larger body of water. It changes some pumping and piping and things, but it's not a significant change really in the grand scheme of things for us to make. We're at 60% design for the pool. We mentioned that previously. We held there after some of the early study sessions we had, so the pool still has to be completed from a design perspective at Richardson. The rest of the park is done, but we'd have to complete the design at Richardson. And we have a quote from our design team to do that.
In these 2 ball fields that are outside the red lines, what is all that stuff to the right?
That's a really big playground,
Okay.
a really large waterfall, water feature, part of a community lawn that could hold a couple thousand
Like a
people.
Phase 2 or something?
Yeah, what we would recommend is that if we were going to do Richardson, we would phase it like it's shown in this diagram. So originally our phasing had been just the 4 ball fields on the north end and the associated parking. Then the 2 other ball fields and the community lawn and all that stuff in the aquatics facility last. That was our original kind of phasing thought. But based on all the meetings we've had over the last year, we would recommend today that this be the phasing, the first phase, and all of the rest of that would be a second phase. So instead of 3 phases, we could do 2. And we do the aquatics and the 4 ball fields all in that first phase. So it would require a little change to the construction drawings that are currently envisioned because the first phase didn't include the aquatics facility, but the design team felt like that was pretty simple to do based on how much design work we've already done.
And then the lap pool would be lap pool like hours in the morning or whatever, and then after 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, it turns into the typical outdoor pool free for all. Everybody's just having a good time, and those lap lanes would get coiled up or pulled off or converted into the general outdoor pool.
Yep, that's our thought process too. We would run lap swimming in the mornings. We could start as early as people wanted to go. It's a little cold even in the summertime sometimes in the mornings, but we could start at 6 o'clock in the morning and run till 10. The facility could open at 10:30, be open until 5 or 5:30, and then we could continue to have lap swim and other activities from 5:30 to 8 at night or something. I mean, there's opportunities for that. What we don't have currently planned is lights for the pool. The outdoor facility, even though lights would be really cool, I think if it doesn't get dark until 9 o'clock at night, do we really need to spend the money on lights to keep the pool open till midnight? Probably not. So we do not have lights currently planned. You have to have both overhead and in-water lights, and so there's a lot of added expense to put those in. We'll have security lighting and stuff, obviously, because just for safety reasons. But
Enough to shoot people out and not trip over anything.
yeah, enough for the cops to drive by and see that somebody's in there that shouldn't be.
Right.
But not enough to operate the facility after dark.
For what it's worth, I appreciate the lap lanes and the ability for people who want to have a leisurely swim without kind of open swim. I really would recommend that we really shy away from programming in that pool, just because a summer pool has limited use, months. And so to limit the public to be able to use it around programming seems really restrictive, especially since that's happening at the rec center already, and people don't when you have a family and you want to go to the pool, you don't always know the schedule or want to have to check to make sure you're able to swim. You just go when you can. And so I think making sure this is open to the public at all reasonable hours is really important. And then, I appreciate accommodating the lap swimmers too as much as we can, because I think, you don't always want to do those exercises with the general public. So if that makes any sense.
It does. And we could leave lap lanes available all day. We talked about doing that if we build the outdoor pool at the rec center as well, that we might leave 1 or 2 lap lanes up all day during open swim. It's just going to be a lot less desirable time to go swim when there's 250, kids and adults cannonballing in the pool and, throwing footballs and it gets a little rowdy during open swim. So
You have those lifeguards yelling endlessly, "Get off the rope!"
yeah.
I like that the outdoor lap pool concept at Richardson. Personally, I think it's more of a tranquil setting than right there next to Berthoud Parkway, which is kind of where you pre-plumbed off of the rec center. In my mind, especially as busy as Berthoud Parkway gets in the morning, this seems to be a little pushed off, and it's a little more tranquil setting, I think, versus right there next to the road.
It definitely is a cool spot. I mean, it's right above the lake. I mean, it's it's probably 100 yards from the lake edge. So, and it's got spectacular views, as you all know, from that spot. So it's definitely a cool location, maybe more so than the rec center. But the rec center has some obvious operational efficiencies.
Absolutely.
So those are just all things to consider.
I know that the port committee was really concerned about having a kids play pool. Is there an ability to incorporate that in this design that's separate from the main swimming pool?
So the way it's currently designed, and I think we could talk about is there a different way to incorporate the design? But and I'm sorry, I should have put the entire. I don't know why I didn't put the whole on there, and I can't point at it. But the way actually maybe if I go to the. Is it okay if I go up to the laptop and maybe make it a little easier?
Oh, yeah.
Do whatever you gotta do. Do you guys need to grab some food? While you have a minute?
Okay.
There's lots back there if anyone's hungry. Same with anyone here. If you guys are hungry, grab food. I want to go
Okay,
taste.
I'm gonna see if I can just zoom in. So
There we go.
now that's a little easier to see. Can you see the cursor? You can't see the cursor. Let me turn the laser pointer on. Oh, but now it won't let me zoom and have the laser pointer. Okay, let's just stick to the zoom. So the circle that has, it's got a spider web of stuff in it. That is a very shallow walk-in pool that has some spray features, slides, climbing equipment, and it's a fairly significant size and magnitude. It's big enough that one side of it is kind of intended for toddler age kids, the amenities and the sprays and things, and then the other side will be much more active and bigger sprays, bigger slides. So there's that feature, and then there's the lazy river, and then there is what ultimately ends up being a fairly large zero entry area where it's relatively shallow, but not a dedicated, what I would call a baby pool. I think we think of that 6-inch to 9-inch deep dedicated spot for babies and toddlers. That is not included in this design.
I think that helps. I forgot about that feature. I think that, I'd love to hear from our port committee, but to me that would signify a space designated for kids to play that's removed from the main pool.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to what's at the rec center on that one side, right? That has the slide and the climbing apparatus with the spray features. That's like very shallow water.
It's very similar, but it's
That's-
about 4 times the size.
Yeah, that
So
seems
it's
pretty
a
effective.
it's a very significant amenity.
Much cooler than just a small pool, right?
Right. Yep. Ground sprays, spray features that are movable. I don't know that we've actually picked out the equipment itself, although we pointed at the ones that we think make sense in that space. But multiple towers, multiple slides, lots of spray features. One area that's dedicated for kind of smaller kids, one that's for bigger kids and adults. I love to go stand on the bunk when it dumps. That's my favorite thing to do at the rec center. So
That's where we'll find you.
that's where I'll be. Every time I notice it's getting full, I run over there and wait until it dumps on my head. So.
If I could shift gears off the pool for a second, can kids walk onto these ball fields anytime they want and do like a pickup game?
That is totally up to us and how we choose to operate it. All of our fields are currently accessible to the public.
Okay.
And so there are a lot of communities around us, especially in nicer ball field facilities, that are locked and they do not allow people on them. And there's good reason for that. Personally and selfishly, I would like them to be open, but I think that's an operational choice that we have to make. We do get some vandalism from time to time at our current ball fields because they're accessible. What often happens, and some of that also depends on the material that we use. So turf fields, people try to keep unsupervised people off of them because if you get gum on the field or people are out there chewing seeds, it's incredibly difficult to clean. And so you have to manage those fields a little bit differently than if it's grass and dirt. The challenge with grass and dirt, and we see this a lot at Bine, I'm sure Keith and his parks team would tell you this, they'll spend a lot of time and energy prepping those infields, and our crews do an incredible job of prepping the Bine infields, in my opinion. And they'll paint them. We've got our little turf tank robot that'll paint really amazing lines and designs, and then because they're open to the public, somebody will go out there and decide to play on them before a game and mess up all the work they've done. So, that's the risk of having them open and accessible. But I still
we could
think
do like a hybrid because I remember me as a kid, right? We'd go out in the cow pastures, but just for kids to do pickup games, if we designated one field and maybe even the material was different, I don't know, but it would be nice for them to just use them.
So the way that the facility is laid out, we can fence and gate the 2 large fields, and I think there's good sense to do that and leave the 2 smaller fields open. And I think that would be great, personally. But I think there's something really cool about grabbing your friends and going down to the ball field and having a little pickup wiffle ball game and stuff like that. I don't think we want to lose that ability. But, again, it's an operational choice we get to make.
I do think that poses a strong argument for saving one of the ball fields on Welch and what is that, Fifth
It's
Street?
Fifth Street, yeah,
Street?
at Town Park.
I think there was a lot of community feedback about removing both of those fields as they're part of Berthoud's history, and they're easily walkable to all the school-age children. So I would argue that one of those should
I was thinking that too.
maintain as the pickup game,
Right.
or just run over the ball field. A lot of dads whose kids play now, the dads played on those ball fields. So if we could save one of them in the town park phase 2, I think that would really appease that need to keep that central to our town and that history intact, and then we can keep these maybe a more high quality designated use for these ball fields. Just some thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. I think that's definitely a choice we can make when we do Town Park Phase 2. I think I've shared this before, but my now 16-and-a-half-year-old hit his first home run on Town Park North. And so, and that was just not during a game, that's while we were just there because the field was open. We were out practicing and having fun. And so I think a lot of people have those kind of memories. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Where do
But it
those
would
balls
require
go?
redesign, and it would require some
My neighbor's window.
it would require some changes and challenges that we'd have to address. But that's definitely something we can
Just
talk
a
about.
technical question on the ball fields. So the spherical ones, the quarter of a pie, if you will, and then the straight line ones. What is that?
So the original design for Richardson, we'd been working with a design team to do all MLB replica layouts. We just thought that was a neat. You think about it, doesn't cost a lot. It's just changing the way the fencing is laid out. and maybe the style of fencing. And so the idea originally had been, let's lay out these MLB replica fields. We'll do fencing, kind of dugout styles that'll look like Coors Field and Dodger Stadium. And it was all NL West teams, if I remember right. Is that right, Jeremy? Did we do all National League West teams? So Rockies, Padres, Giants, Dodgers. We went away from that because of some grading challenges and also just expense. It was like, hey, this is a really cool concept, but we can bring the cost down by just doing a more standard ball field layout. So, but we did keep the one more kind of, I don't know what shape that is, but the one that's got more angular shape was intended to still feel a little bit like Coors Field.
Okay.
And the scoreboard is intended to mimic the design of the center field structure at Coors Field. So it'd just be kind of a really neat field. But those are some of those amenities that we would probably zero out if the cost was excessive. We'd do a standard scoreboard. We wouldn't do a custom one on that field. The rest of it would all be kind of standard field layout. The other reason to do, and it's hard to see, and again, but on the two smaller fields, they're designed so that you could lay out different base path lengths. You can do the same thing on the big fields. It's a little bit more challenging, but so that you can do, a T-ball all the way up through kind of 13U baseball, and you can do you can do every age of softball on those fields. We can also do the same thing on the smaller or on the two bigger fields, but those infield diamonds are so big. If we do grass and dirt, it would be a lot more challenging. If they're artificial turf, it's a lot simpler to make those more flexible. But a small, like a T-ball field on a full-size baseball infield is basically all dirt. Right. So it just kind of depends on what we ultimately.
We got all different posts for all the different base lengths, and also for softball, and then we had removable G-mount basically for baseball that
Yep.
tossed out.
And we would expect to use artificial mounds on all these fields. Maintaining real clay and dirt mounds is a nightmare. So we would expect to use artificial mounds, and then then they can be moved to the appropriate pitching distance if it's depending on the age group. So they'll be pretty flexible. The one other benefit of the kind of the angular field, the one on the far west end, is that there's a little more outfield space for multi-purpose use. So we can run flag football games out there under the lights. We currently do that on our bind fields. So every season of flag football that gets run through the rec department, the kids get to play one night game, which is always super fun under the lights. We do that in the outfield at bind. We could do that here as well. So there is some multi-purpose ability. We actually still have a lot of room in that round field too, just a little easier to lay out on the squared off one, but both of those could accommodate multi-purpose use. They're large enough to be able to do that.
And can you tell us what the updated cost is with this current version?
So we haven't had a formal cost estimate done, but using our original cost estimate and in conjunction with our design team, we told them our max all-in construction budget for this entire phasing layout would be $38 million. As a planning number, right? Obviously, you haven't told us to do anything yet, but that, from our perspective, that's kind of what we showed you before. They felt like that was doable. It's going to require us to make some value engineering decisions, so we may do a portion of the parking lot on the north end in soft surface instead of asphalt, or there's a whole stretch up there where we have curb and gutter that's not really necessary for storm drainage purposes, but it's cleaner looking and it's a higher quality product, but that curb and gutter is expensive. We don't have to have it. So we might change some things like that to get the cost down, but the total amenities, the field layouts, all of these ball fields are intended to have net backstops instead of chain link. So if you've been to fields that have net backstops, it's a much better viewing experience for spectators. And they're a little bit safer because you can make them taller and other things. So these would all still have those net backstops instead of chain link. They're slightly more expensive, but again, it's a way better experience. But we think we can do all that within the context of that $38 million number. Again, that will require some value engineering, but I think we can do that successfully without impacting the total layout and amenities in the park. One little tidbit you guys didn't ask, but since we're talking about Richardson a lot, all the area that's shaded gray is turf. Everything else is intended to be native grass and native plantings. So, the area outside of the outfields, for instance, where it's not shaded gray, that would be a much more natural planting palette, including native grass, and then everything that's gray would be sod. But we would expect to irrigate all the landscaping here with non-potable water out of Loveland Lake. We can't use actual Loveland Lake water there. We can use some other water resources, but we'll deliver it to Loveland Lake and pump it out of there to irrigate the park is the intent.
So these areas between, I guess, north to south, those between the fields, those are like warm-up areas and stuff like that.
That's right. Yeah, there's space there for warm-up. There's space there to put up, pop-up tents and other things. It's actually quite a bit of room. But yes, those are all intended to serve as warm-up areas.
I'm sure we've all, kids played baseball or softball, you've been to parks that didn't have that. You're taking your life in your own hands, hoping
Yeah.
you don't get whacked by a ball while they're warming up.
Yeah. Yep. And the large lawn space on the south side of the two smaller fields between the parking lot and the ball fields, that'll be great multi-purpose space when there's not ball fields going on, that you could have events out there, until there's an event lawn closer to the lake where we could have other things. But this would be a great spot to watch fireworks from in the future, for 4th of July and things like that. A lot of opportunities for other big events out here.
Parking.
Yeah, and there's a lot more parking here.
I noticed that there's not, at least with this phase, connections to the lake for lake amenities or recreation. Is that part of future
Yeah, so
phases?
one of the things that we designed the aquatics facility intentionally by the lake with the hope that when the town controls the surface rights to Loveland Lake, which we do not currently, but at some point we'd like to control those surface rights, that we could extend south of the existing aquatics facility and build kind of like a beach club or even if just a dock with kayaks and paddle boards. I think we've kind of conceptualized a lot of that, but that's why it's at the south end. The same is true of that community lawn that's just to the west of the aquatics facility, where that outdoor stage is kind of planned down at the bottom. That's all kind of intended to be able to continue down to the lake in the future, assuming that we are able to obtain the surface rights from the ditch company.
I know it's way up. Were you planning to charge for that? Have you just not gone there yet?
We haven't gone there yet. Okay. I know how I feel about it personally. We've not really. We'd obviously look to you about whether or not you wanted to do that, but to me, I think it'd be really great to have a lake amenity there that was not part of the expense. You might have an area that's designated that you could pay for, and then an area that you might not. So if you extended the aquatics facility south and built like a beach, maybe that's part of your paid admission. It's not open in the same way that the rest is. But I don't know. I mean, that's all stuff we could figure out in the future.
That's great.
One thing, if you'll indulge me, one thing that we've met with maybe we'll just do this. We've met multiple times with let me see if I can do this, with a restaurant operator who's really interested in doing something in Berthoud. I think that's the wrong folder. They would really like to ground lease space from us, just to the southeast of the aquatics facility. There's some kind of unplanned corner of the park there. I don't know if this is something that would happen or not, but they spend enough time and energy to kind of think through the process for like a beer garden and restaurant on the lake, which we thought was kind of a neat idea.
One.
What was that?
I stop with one.
Well, that's up to you guys. But you could see the aquatics facility there on the just to the north of this area. Like I said, they like the idea of ground leasing that space for a lakefront restaurant. We would have to go through some kind of formal RFP process, and as you know, we'd have to adopt an ordinance in order to ground lease that to them long term and all those things. But but who knows? Maybe there's some other cool opportunities there. They were adamant they wouldn't do it unless we built the park, but who knows? I think this would be an incredible amenity with or without the park. I just think they felt like with the added traffic from the aquatics facility and ball fields, there's some good.
This is
Potentially help
awesome.
finance it.
Well, it's kind of a dead corner there too. That's going to be difficult because right next to the road, where a business or something similar would
Well,
make
then-
sense, right?
Yeah,
And then there's
that's
some
exactly
place for
right.
people to enjoy that view, you know, instead of us just pulling over and taking pictures of the lake, right? There's somewhere to sit and have a beer or ice cream and look at the view and, you know.
We did have a
economically
design
helps.
done for a boardwalk all the way down Berthoud Parkway that's over the water, like a bike and pedestrian trail. We had a concept design done, and we applied for a grant, but we didn't get it. That's still out there as a possibility in the future too. But that would be a really cool extension of this whole thing, this kind of boardwalk that's out over
That'd
the
be
water.
beautiful.
The great traffic on
Who
here,
knows?
and almost like a captive audience with the big neighborhoods around it.
So
Love that,
I
that
don't- I
barn
don't-
architecture too. Let's keep that coming.
it's a cool selling point, but also not a deciding factor because that may or may not ever happen. So don't get too keyed up on that. But yeah. So any more questions about Richardson? If it's helpful, we can kind of review the plan and concept for the Wagner pool as well. From my perspective, I still think that a big part of the conversation is the outdoor pool seems to be the highest priority for kind of the next park development, both based on survey and all the meetings and other conversations. We spent the time to do a pretty robust concept for. Oops, can I start from the current slide? Oh, dang it. I should be better at running slideshows, but I'm not. I'm going to see if I can just start from the current slide. There we go. So again, we had a pretty robust concept design done for outdoor pool at the rec center. This again would be an 8-lane competition lap swim pool with a diving board. Let's see, maybe easier to see if I zoom in, at least on this portion. Zero entry activity pool. It says children's activity pool, but that would be open to anybody. Some new lawn space, some shading adjacent to the pool, some good deck space and deck chairs, and then a good in and out from the existing aquatics. This would require its own bathhouse. We've talked about that because the current locker room isn't sized for that high of a bather load. So we'd have to add some bathrooms and locker room space outdoors, but that makes sense anyway. We have to build a building for a dedicated entry because we still probably want to have a separate entrance. If you're just going to the pool, you don't have to go through the rec center to do that. So I thought it was important that we talk through that as well. Any questions about this design or how it's kind of envisioned to function?
Did you do studies on parking at all? Because I drove by there today, right? It's the middle of the week, and parking lot was pretty full at the rec center. I was just wondering if you got some really heavy traffic on the weekend on this.
So we, as part of the Arboretum, we will be paving and expanding the parking lot there on the south side of the facility. So there will be added parking. Well, we would continue soft surface if that was an easy value and engineering item. If we needed one for
By
part of the
pickleball
Arboretum.
courts, that
But
parking area.
yeah, that parking area by the pickleball courts will get expanded up towards the skate park. So there's a big kind of native grass just field right there. We would expand the parking area up into that area to get additional parking spaces, and that would support the pool and the Arboretum. Now, on a busy soccer Saturday, or when there's a winter craft fair or something like that, it's going to be full. There's going to be people parking out on the street probably. But for normal use, there should be enough parking. We had that evaluated.
Just out of personal preference, after hearing about the parking, I definitely personally, this is just a personal comment, I prefer the soft surface look when you're going to a natural area instead of the giant paved parking lot look.
I actually agree. Yeah.
Like it actually really breaks my heart when we pave over Paradise, you know? And so like over by the Berthoud Reservoir, that soft surface looks really nice. I don't know what maintenance is like for you guys. I don't know how difficult that is, but to me, it's like if I'm going for somewhere to enjoy the nature and the beauty of the nature, I really prefer when there's soft surface instead of pavement. That's, you know, it would be nice to have less parking lot looking over there.
I'll defer to Keith on maintenance. I don't think the maintenance burden's super heavy at the reservoir.
No, you know, grading every now and then. Same thing with the recreation center. I think the bike park is the only one we do a little extra since that's closer to a neighborhood, and to keep down the dust, we do some dust control out there.
And
So-
in the winter months, is there an added challenge with snow removal, or what's that like?
Yeah, you really don't do snow removal, I guess, on it. I mean, you know, we would hope it just usually melts or is easier to drive on at some point. A lot of times you have less use of the parks at that time, so it's not so bad, but you do have a little extra maintenance in the wintertime for regrading.
Yeah, so like the bike park isn't open when it snows, so that one's an easy one. The reservoir we don't plow, and if we left this soft surface, we wouldn't plow it in the wintertime either. So we do clear snow from the asphalt in by the rec center as best we can in that paved parking area. So that would just change how that would function in the wintertime. But I agree with you. I mean, I think the soft surface I think looks good in that area, and I think it's a nice transition from the rec center down to the arboretum. I think that's certainly a choice we could make.
How about we've had a number of comments from residents on more indoor lap pools.
Mhm.
Is that part of the dialogue at all? Is that come into the equation?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we built an indoor pool, an indoor competition or lap pool, it would make sense to do it here at the rec center for obvious reasons. There are other locations in town where we could build one, and it would have other benefit, right? Like if we built one over closer to the high school, there would be obvious benefit for any future school swim programs. But I don't know how those programs are going to change in the future. I mean, I've heard lots of things about what the school district intends to do with swim teams, but I don't know any of that specifically. So I don't know how the school programs will change. Currently, the kids obviously don't swim here because we don't have competition pool facilities in Berthoud. And so if you swim at for the middle school or the high school, you go to Loveland for practice and meets.
That would be incremental to what we're talking about at Richardson, wouldn't you say?
In terms of total cost?
In terms of just facilities.
Yeah. So I mean, if we wanted to build an indoor pool, a competition natatorium, we're not going to build like an Olympic quality facility, right? I mean, there's not a need for that here, and we don't have the money to build a facility of that magnitude like you might see in the Veterans Memorial Aquatics Center, VMAC. I think it's in Thornton. Like, we're not going to build a facility like that. I wouldn't expect anyway. But we could build a nice indoor facility similar to like what's at the Dick Houston Aquatics facility at Thompson Valley. That's where the middle school swim team practices, and it's open to the public at times. It would be something more akin to that, but probably without the. There's a little bit more recreational deck space, but maybe a diving well and a lap pool. But we could do that here. We could do that in other places. There's obviously good reason to do one of those here in the future. But this we've talked about this a little bit. This area that's conceptualized right now on the screen as an outdoor pool. That's kind of the last unprogrammed space that we have at the Wagner Farm Park that's not encumbered by that more restrictive conservation easement. So this is under a deed restriction, but there's a long list of recreational and public uses we can build there. But this is kind of the last unprogrammed space we have left. So. Any more questions about the outdoor pool? Do we want to pause? Do you want to have any comment or question? You want to just keep rolling?
It's a question to the board here. How do we? We're gonna allow court comments or questions. I mean, that was okay. Great. So how do we want to do that? I guess it would be an opportunity right now. Does anyone on the port committee have any questions right now for staff?
Well, I don't have questions, but I have comments just because it's come to light how there's a certain level of frustration on our part because we were going down the road. We thought we had direction to pursue developing the concept plan because we interpreted the results of the survey as the community wanted an outdoor pool sooner rather than later. And we took the results of that survey, which to be valid data that was driving what we thought was our commitment to respond to the community. And it was surprising to hear that there are people on the staff or trustees that aren't using the survey in the same way that we interpreted that. So I think that's a topic that should be discussed. Is everybody accepting the survey results as a direction for the town, as a community preference that should drive some of our work? In our time as volunteers,
Absolutely. And
we put a lot of effort into it, and to hear that, well, this doesn't survey well, or that doesn't survey well, or something like Richardson or the ball fields on this concept are being given equal priority to the outdoor pool isn't following the direction that the community survey gives us. So there's some frustration. I can't speak for everybody, but
yeah, and I appreciate you airing that.
Frustration about the work and time that had been put into that.
Yeah.
And I think there was difficulty in communication about the vocabulary of what a pool is and what competition is. And as Mark brought up,
Okay.
a swimming pool an outdoor swimming pool is a swimming pool. It's not like a lap pool and an outdoor swimming pool are two different things. If it's shaped in a rectangle like this, it's correct. You might have to answer lap swimmers needs 2 hours of lap swim in the morning or an hour in the evening, and then it's just a lap pool or a swimming pool for the public. And I think the message that we interpreted from the survey and what we hear from the community is they were really seeking a place that would be a community pool to hang out in the summertime. I think one of the trustees said it's the community's living room in the summer. And a lot of us, certainly my age, we grew up, that's where you went to hang out. And having a pool that you can go to where you're spending time with your community is what we interpreted the community asking for as a replacement for the town park pool, which people have been dearly missing since it was removed. So our time put into that process, I think, was really, we felt it was well directed. We felt that we were responding to the community survey, which everybody seemed to be behind. So it was a little coming as a surprise that there was a new effort to think about combining the priority of an outdoor pool with a much, much bigger development that'll take quite a bit more time to develop. The numbers certainly aren't projected out into the budget in the same way. And a big question for me, well, two questions I'll just end with is, will access to Richardson Pool for young kids on bikes and walking be as safe? Is the traffic study done so young children have access to go to an outdoor swimming pool in the summer as safely as they would at Wagner Farm Park? Most families can send young kids on their bikes or walking to the rec center to do an activity. The other thing is, I think it's important to keep it affordable, an outdoor pool affordable to local families. I know this is far in the future projecting what sort of entrance fees will have to be charged to visit a big development on Berthoud Parkway that has a lot of amenity expense that has to be built into the entrance fees. It's not exactly addressing the same need as a community pool. That's my 2 cents.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you. And I think some of this is board driven and guided to staff to do this. One of the things up tonight was to look at the COP financing for Richardson. So that's why we're here. But yeah, that was invaluable to hear that side of that. Thank you. And then I guess, is there any other questions? And we can have Chris respond to maybe some of the pricing and what we know.
Sure.
Carolyn?
Yeah, I have a couple. Number one, when you talk about the value engineering, it certainly makes sense, like as far as the pool at Richardson. all of those amenities are wonderful. I imagine they're all quite expensive, and that certainly seems like you maybe don't need a lazy river and a slide tower and a toddler play area and a very large pool. So that's just sort of my 2 cents. Also, I have almost two big boys, and I was just thinking about this. We've been to 7 pools in the large recreational pools in northern Colorado, including the new one at Rain Dance. Well, it's not that big then now, but and my children didn't want to go back because it didn't have a diving board. Like I'm very big on. They pick the ones that have a diving board over other ones. Like Rain Dance has a really cool lazy river, and they have a slide that goes into the lazy river, but it doesn't have a diving board, so they don't want it, which was fine because that one, just for cost comparison, most of them are like $7 roughly if you're not a resident. And Rain Dance, because it's a private neighborhood, whatever you call it, development, that's $20 a person. Was way more. So I was glad that we were going back because I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't really want to spend that much anyway. So that's great. We'll go to the cheap ones. But then, it'll come back to me.
Yeah, sure. Any other thoughts or questions right now, Lauren?
My questions mainly come around cost and timeline. We've talked at length, and again, this all came from timeline, was what spurred the survey, what spurred our conversations, everything. That when we initially looked at Richardson Park, everybody went, oh my gosh, this is beautiful, everything looks great, it's fantastic. And then it was like, yeah, ball field, and then 10 years we'll have a pool. And so then we kind of raised the concern that, hey, maybe that's not what the town wants, which was seen in the survey. And Chris, I've asked you this before, and I kind of wonder, I don't know that I've actually gotten a straight answer on it. There was budget concerns was one of the reasons that the pool was pushed to phase 3 of that original plan. But the other thing that we were told time and time again was the construction, the way that the property had to be constructed, and that you had to go from north to south, and this and that. And so I just want to be crystal clear on that everybody's saying now, oh, we can have this pool by 2027. Is that realistic?
Sorry, I'll address it all at once
great,
if there's any
thanks.
more other comments or questions.
Okay, yeah, and I'll just leave it at that, but I do want that
It's
question
time for-
answered.
yeah, thanks.
I'm not sure I've gotten a straight answer on that just yet, that, we've talked about, moving the dirt and doing these different things and the infrastructure, that the pool couldn't be done sooner. We talked about moving the pool to the north end of the facility because it needs to be built north to south. I mean, we've gone round and round. And then once this new financing came in, all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, but the pool can be built first too. And so I just want to make sure that in the grand scheme of things, that this doesn't become that those ball fields start getting built and then it's like, oh, maybe 2028. Oh, well, maybe 2029. And I just worry about that. Whereas I feel like the pool at Richardson Park has a much more finite timeline. I love the pool at Richardson. I do think you're seeing some duplication of amenities, like the lazy river, and deleting the diving boards. I do think would be, just like Carolyn said, I think that that's a huge amenity that kids like and enjoy. And so I do think that that's something, we don't have diving boards. We have, at the rec center, we have a wall that they can climb up and jump off of, and so that's sort of that replacement feature, but it's not really, it doesn't really emulate a diving board. So I would encourage that stays on the list, and maybe getting rid of something that is a duplication of services. And again, the cost, like you were saying, Rain Dance versus Sunset Pool is $8. They have 2 slides, diving boards, all of these things. As long as we're keeping, with this bigger facility, if we're keeping that cost reasonable, and is it included in the rec center pass, and like all of these kind of logistical things, making sure it's accessible to the town as much as possible. I want to say Town Park Pool was $4 or $5 a person or something like that, and so, but that was a square hole in the ground. So just making sure that those things are staying accessible to the vast majority of people, and especially those that don't live in a metro district or have a pool in their neighborhood. A big portion of our community does not have access to a pool. So those are my thoughts.
I'll just throw one thing out.
Yeah.
No, Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
Well, just ditto on all of the concerns about affordability. I do want to just emphasize that I agree with those, and I think that that should be a priority, particularly if somebody doesn't want to have a rec center pass. I think that there should still be an opportunity to go to the pool to kind of build the community living room idea. The question I have is, and I'm Eleanor. I haven't met very many of you, so hi.
Hello.
Hello. So being new to this too, I'm also wondering if we switch to an outdoor pool at Richardson, what would go in this open space, considering, or not open space rather, but the open plot of area that can be built upon under the deed restrictions at Wagner.
Okay.
Yeah, so just two items. First one would be when you look at the Wagner concept, start thinking about families with multiple kids using that facility and then kind of that multi-use aspect. Whereas if I'm going to go to Richardson, okay, there as a parent, selfishly I'm going to miss out on my opportunity to work out or do whatever else recreationally wise that I would want to do. And also, if you think about it, Wagner already kind of serves as a center of gravity for the town. Like it's, once you get off 287, that's kind of like boom, there that is. Aside from the town itself. Second piece is we've discussed how it's pre-blown. We've already had a partially completed option that you're essentially able to tap into, obviously scaling it up or down as necessary. So that's another piece to just consider there. I guess the third one that I would throw out there is when you look at something as large as Richardson, is Berthoud Parkway currently able to handle the volume of traffic that is going to generate? So that's just another item on that.
Okay. Yeah, great.
I want to say one more quick thing.
Sure.
What May said about keeping the ball fields at Town Park, that's actually something that has been like bouncing around in my head. I didn't know if it was even an option because I didn't know how far the Town Park Phase 2 designs were, but if the board might look at that as something, again, like you said, it's kind of that center of town. It's like the hallmark of a small town, having baseball fields in the middle of town. It's great to have this big baseball facility out there, but having those little league fields in the middle of town, I feel like is such a thing that you see in like the Midwest and these small towns. And so if there's any way to throw a little bit of money at that to upgrade and maybe figure out some parking answers and different things and just make that facility usable and better. I know everybody's kind of like, oh, those fields need to go and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if there's a way to cost effectively keep those, but I think that would be a great thing to continue in the town.
I remembered my third comment.
Yeah.
If you decide to move forward with the pool at Richardson, I would, just for future reference, argue that more court space and workout space is needed at the rec center versus a pool. As someone who takes classes there, we're always busting out of the
What do you mean by court?
Like basketball, volleyball
Okay.
court space. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if
swimming.
you take like one of the program workout classes or that, the space with the mirror is way too small and everyone's busting out into the weightlifting area. And then the basketball courts
Wow.
are always full, like the local, same as baseball, like the local sports teams can't practice there because there's not room. And ask my kid any day that school is not happening, he has strong feelings about the people playing pickleball outdoors. So every time he's like, no, can't use sports, pickleball. So that's also just as an aside.
Yeah, I mean, I think the town would,
I think get Amanda's 2 cents on the
If-
programming and really like what is needed there.
if this theoretically was not used for a pool, it's obviously valuable real estate that's actually buildable. So I would assume Chris and his team would come up with some other useful concept that would enhance the amenity of the rec center to that point.
We designed the original rec center building to be expandable for fitness space to the north and for an additional basketball gym to the north of the existing structures. So those are things we could expand in the future. I mean,
To the north
It's-
of the rec center?
mhm.
So there's
There's space. Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah. So there is the possibility to expand in the future, but it's limited. But we always envision the kind of the north end to be the expansion space. I don't think you could do both, so that's something we need to be mindful of. You could probably do another court and expand the fitness center, although there's creative ways to do all kinds of stuff. I shouldn't say it would just be a little more challenging to do both. It's not that you couldn't. We can make water flow. We can make water flow up Old Money. Well,
That's
I mean,
huge.
we own the property all the way up to the road.
Okay.
There's a lot of
Yeah, I guess
space
that
there,
was the last one.
and so we'd have to rearrange how the emergency access drive is laid out. But there's ways to do it.
Chris, if I may, before you get started, I will go ahead and fess up that I have been explaining the phasing for the past couple years for the proposed pool and everything, about having it being basically cost prohibitive to start at the low section, because in order to move forward, all of that grading had to be done. So if I was mistaken in that, you can throw me under the bus.
No, I mean, I think that's generally true. It would be a little more expensive to build the pool. I think the bigger driver was the cost. So while we felt like that aquatics facility, in order to do all the site work necessary to build the parking and to do the infrastructure and grading, all just for the pool, it would be probably a $24-25 million facility. So I think from a cost perspective by itself, it's a lot. Now when you spread that out, because now we're talking about a bigger project with ball fields, and now you're spreading that out across a larger project, the costs are all still the same. But you just get more bang for your buck in the site development, infrastructure, utilities, grading, all that stuff. So that's part of that conversation. But yes, it is a little more challenging from a constructability standpoint to start at the south end and go north, as opposed to start at the top end and come south. Again, I think in the current phasing layout, we're not talking about building the pool by itself. We're talking about building ball fields and a pool. I would not suggest, and I said this a year ago, I'll say it again today, I would not suggest that we build the Richardson pool by itself. I do not think from a cost perspective that's worth it for us. It is a much bigger amenity. It has a lot more other things that we could do there. But I think from a cost perspective, we're better off building a pool at Wagner. If it was just a pool versus a pool, I would not suggest, and I said this a year ago, I'll say it again tonight, I would not suggest you just build a pool at Richardson.
Okay. So we got some comments, and I think we might be able to hit some of these along the way. We haven't really talked financing yet, right? But do you want me to list out the questions as I heard them?
I think that'd be great. Yeah.
So for Port Committee here, I had kind of the bike ped access to Richardson and the safety related to that.
Sure.
Also related to it would be traffic. Can the Bertha Parkway handle the traffic of the Richardson?
Bertha Parkway can handle the traffic. Richardson will require improvements along Bertha Parkway, including likely a signal at Water instead of just the pedestrian signal that's there currently. So that, but those arms can be repurposed. So they were designed to be converted into a traffic signal intentionally, not knowing when this would occur. So that's not wasted effort. The stuff we've put in there already. But yes, the road can handle the traffic. It will require turn lanes and acceleration and deceleration lanes to be reconfigured. But yes, just like any other development project, there'll be some traffic improvements that are associated with that. Bike and pedestrian access. I mean, look, you have to cross Berthoud Parkway. But depending on where you live in town, to get to the rec center, you have to cross a lot of roads. So it just depends on where you live. If you live in Gateway Park, you have to cross Berthoud Parkway to get to the rec center. So you either have to cross to the west or you got to cross to the east. But I think that's a real challenge. Berthoud Parkway is a heavily trafficked roadway. If we can cross at a traffic signal, that's usually the safest place to cross. So either, if you're coming from the west and heading east to the rec center, we hope you cross at the light at Mountain and Berthoud Parkway, not in the middle of the road where a lot of folks choose to cross anyway. And if we built Richardson, we would hope and expect that you'd cross at the light at Water Avenue, and not just in the middle of the road somewhere.
Is that light functional now?
The pedestrian activated signal is functional on Berthoud Parkway.
It's interesting because I drive up and down that road multiple times a day, all times a day. And I keep waiting for it to happen, right? I want to see how it works. And I'm like, every time I approach it, I'm like, is it going to happen? Nope, there's nobody there. So, but I agree. You put an amenity like that, it will create significant more
Yeah, there will be a lot more traffic heading back and forth that way. And again, I think a full traffic signal is probably appropriate there in that condition, right? It's going to stop. There'll be dedicated pedestrian crossings.
Let me just list these out, and then maybe your response, you could
Sure.
frame that how you want it. So the entrance cost comparison as far as the fees, and this might be related to, is the amount of Richardson Pool amenities necessary, like the lazy river, given the cost. Related to the amenities, what would be the additional cost of adding a diving board? Members feel like that might be important. And then overall, the time frame of pool completion. I guess from what, if we approved one or the other, Wagner versus Richardson, when would the pool get completed?
If I can start with those, and then Mayor Karspeck, if you can keep going through the questions after that.
Actually, I think that's all I have.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So now I've already lost the three questions. Could you start that first one?
Diving board costs,
Oh.
Give you these when I write
timing
cursive, so-
difference between the two different locations on build out,
Yeah.
and cost
So
of admissions.
cost of admissions, the board gets to decide what the cost of admissions are. You have to approve the fees for the rec center. You have to approve the fees for this project. The question about how much do you have to subsidize is the question. So if you want this to be cost neutral, it'll cost a little bit more to enter. I think based on our initial operating pro forma, we just used the original feasibility analysis that we did for the pool at the rec center and plugged in some different numbers. I think we could actually operate that facility for $10 for admission. It would be more expensive than the old town park pool, but it's a lot different facility. We would not need to charge $23 in order to make that facility cost neutral. I don't think. A lot of that depends on usage. If there's 200 admissions a day or there's 600 admissions a day, it's a very different conversation. And so some of that, we can make some assumptions based on the number of people that live here, the number of people that are likely to use the facility, using the same assumptions that we did when we did the original operating pro formas for the rec center. But again, I think ultimately it depends on how much you want to subsidize. I think.
What's the current subsidy on the current pool?
Well, so we don't. The challenge with the rec center is that we don't account for the pool independently. The total subsidy for the rec center itself is a couple $100,000. It operates at about 94-95% cost recovery, which is exceptional for a public facility, in my opinion.
So, quick question. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is there a different cost for resident versus non-resident at the rec center?
Currently, there is not.
That's what I thought.
And everybody is the same price at the rec center. Now, we have talked about as that facility gets more heavily used, we're already. I mean, what a wonderful problem we have. We didn't even have a rec center 5 years ago, and now we're complaining that it's too small, right? As a community, so that's fantastic. But which means it's really heavily used, and I think we all recognize that. If you spend any time there, you'll see how many people are there. At 5:30 in the morning, the gym is full of people doing aerobics classes, and the fitness center is pretty crowded. It's busy all hours of the day. It's awesome. But as the facility gets more and more heavily used, we've talked about internally that we would likely recommend a higher fee for non-residents. And that might be a non-80513 resident. You might choose to do that. You could just do town residents, but we funded this with sales tax, and there's a whole lot of people that live in the 80513 zip code that pay sales tax. That's why we didn't make a different fee from the get-go. That's why we recommended to the board at the time that we charge the same price for resident and non-resident. But that's something you could consider too. But certainly if you're outside the 80513 zip code, at some point we would likely charge a higher fee to reduce usage a little bit from outside the community if it starts to get too crowded. It is busy today and it is crowded, but it's not overcrowded from a practical standpoint.
I 100% agree with you guys. Like, it's an amazing facility. But to really get back to the cost of entrance for the pools, we don't have an idea of that yet, right? You're just saying
Our current planning number is between 8 and 10.
8 and 10, either way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When I would recommend based on that we would definitely signify the difference between resident and non-resident and keep that as low cost for our tax-paying residents.
I would
as
agree with that
possible,
completely.
especially because we're trying to replace the community pool, and we want it to be accessible to everybody, not just people who can afford to.
And we're likely to get more regional use at a facility like Richardson, and so I think we wouldn't get as much at the rec center. And I mean, and a lot of that is even just when you think about this pool design, it's very similar to like what's at Heritage Ridge and what's in Vantage, and Vantage is actually probably even a little bit more amenitized than what we would design here. So, I mean, even within the community, this won't get quite the same draw as a bigger pool, and definitely not from a regional perspective. So I think, you know, Richardson, we would certainly want to charge a higher rate for folks that are not from our zip code.
Probably do a discounted seasonal pass, wouldn't you think?
Yes, we would have seasonal pass options. Yeah.
Belmont has the rec pass, includes all, like 6 pools, the ice rink,
Wow.
the rec center.
Would that be a possibility to have a?
Yes, we would fully expect to do a
pass that-
recreational pass.
multi-areas.
So rec center members might be a small add-on to add the outdoor pool, because there are rec center members who probably don't want it or will never use it. But yes, we would have a discounted rate for existing rec center members. We would also have seasonal pass options for residents and non-residents at different cost levels. But just from a daily use rate perspective, we're thinking the $8 to $10 range.
Okay, those are you nailed that one. Okay, so these next two are going to be related to the amenities. What would be the cost of adding a diving board to the Richardson pool, and how does this all play into the total cost? So the other question is the amount of Richardson pool amenities necessary, like the lazy river, given the cost. How do those different amenities play in?
Our suggestion would be the first value engineering items at the Richardson pool would be the lazy river and the slide tower. We would, in order of priority, our recommendation would be, let's take the lazy river out first. Let's take the big slide tower out second, and then let's take the kind of the baby pool slide tower, if you want to call it that, out third. But not the toddler area. Just take the play structure out, because that play structure by itself is probably $1 million. So there are ways that we could cut a lot of money out of that facility with a couple of big chunks. We would get the lap pool, the zero entry, and then kind of the baby pool space. Probably some ground sprays, but not the structure itself. It'd be plumbed for it. It'd be easy to add in the future. But those would be the things we'd recommend you'd take out first. We wouldn't downsize the offices or the locker rooms. If you're going to build those anyway, let's just build them for the size of the ultimate pool. There's no reason to try and add on to those in the future. So we'd build kind of the full size locker room, office, those kind of amenities. But we would zero out some of the other things from a value engineering perspective. So I agree with Carolyn's point about taking some of those things out first from a VE standpoint.
Well, how does that play into adding a diving board and going it from 6 to 10 feet or whatever?
So the challenge, I do not have a cost comparison to go from 6 to 12 feet deep. That's something we could get an estimate on pretty quick if that was really important. So we're all clear, we're not asking you to make a decision tonight, right? I think everybody knows that. But if that's something you wanted us to study, we could certainly find that out.
I would appreciate that. Would you guys get that info? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can we get that info?
Okay.
And finally here, the time frame. So if we were to give you approval, whatever, by the end of the year, one way or the other, to go ahead, what are the time frames for these to be completed?
I think the design time frame is relatively similar. So we're going to have to do some redesign of Richardson, or we're going to have to fully design the construction drawings for the outdoor Wagner pool. So I think both of those design time frames are relatively similar. They're two different design teams. So DTJ Design is the one that did the Richardson Park design, and BRS Architecture is the one that did the rec center. And so two different design teams, very similar cost actually to do both of those efforts. So the cost to do the redesign at Richardson and the cost to design the Wagner pool are just a little under $600,000 for both, either or. So it's a relatively similar expense to do one or the other from a design standpoint. From a timing standpoint, the design effort itself will be about the same. The construction timeline on the Wagner pool is obviously much simpler and quicker. So I think the likelihood of having an opening of the Wagner pool in 2027 is higher than the likelihood of having a pool at Richardson open in 2027. It is possible. We've talked about it with both some contractors that we work with and with the design team. They think it is possible and reasonable to think that we could get Richardson pool opened in 2027. I would be the first to tell you, I'd rather tell you it's going to be open in 2028. So if you're thinking about from a decision-making standpoint, I think it's a higher likelihood that Richardson would be done in 2028 and that Wagner would be done in 2027. So we're talking about a year difference. I certainly understand. I mean, I have young kids. I would love for them to have a new outdoor pool to go to as well. I mean, I live here just like everybody else. But when we think about, what does the next 40 years look like, how important is 1 year, depending on what we decide is what you decide ultimately, because you guys will be the ultimate decision makers, but as both the committee and the town board, when we think about 40 years from now, or even, 5 or 10 years from now, which is the higher priority to you? I want to be explicitly clear. Town staff, you could tell us to build a Wagner pool. We'll be thrilled to go down that road and get that done for you. You could tell us to build Richardson. We'll be thrilled to go down that road and get that done for you. You could tell us to do neither, and we'd be perfectly happy with that as well. So I have my own personal feelings about it as a dad and as a resident. As the town administrator, it makes no difference to me what you guys decide. We think both are great projects. We think both have pros and both have cons. I'm happy to list out all of the ones that we see. But in either case, I just want to make it explicitly clear, this is not a personal project for any of us.
Did you see one of the objectives for tonight to talk about the finances in a little more detail? Is that part of the scope of this meeting?
Yeah, and I'd love to get into that too. And I do want to be clear too, and I appreciate the comment about the lap pool. We don't use the term lap pool to be condescending or negative, but if I called the amoeba-shaped pool at Richardson is not a lap pool, right? You can't swim laps in it. And so when we use the term lap pool or resort-style pool, we're just trying to be specific about kind of the layout. Not that, of course, you can use a lap pool as a recreational pool, and nobody would suggest otherwise. But I just want to be clear: we're not trying to make a negative statement in any way. We're just trying to be descriptive.
Isn't it okay time to have comment about which direction I think we should take with the pool?
I think that is totally up to the board. If you'd like to hear about the finances first, I'm happy to go through that. And maybe that helps you make a decision or not. I don't know. But
whatever you guys want.
What do you want to do?
I just get, sidetracked by all the projects, so might be hard to jump around for me, but if that's, whatever's best for everybody else, I'm fine with.
If I may, I'd also, one of the things that came up, and I think this is important, I know we've had this conversation lots of times before, but I'd just like to mention it again. The reason why the Richardson Park was a priority was not new. That was based on the original master plan from 2018, which was based on the master plan that was done in 2016 by the town. And so back in 2018, when I first got here, there was a whole lot of talk about the importance of ball fields and softball and baseball. And, hey, my kids are growing up and our fields are not suitable for what we need. And we got to get this done tomorrow. And so that was a lot of the topic and conversation then. I think Jeremy would agree with me, Mayor Karspek, you remember him, but there was a lot of, one of our port committee members, I think our port committee chair at the time, was really heavily invested in baseball and softball. And we've been working on the Richardson design since 2020, 2021. And so it's not like it's a new priority. It's just been a priority for
So
for
where
some
was
time.
where was the fork in the road? What happened? I mean,
I think
somewhere
that-
along the line, somebody said, "Whoa."
I think the primary fork in the road was the timing and phasing of Richardson Park, both the cost and then the prospective timing. So it's like, hey, we all agree an outdoor pool is an important amenity. If it's going to be 10 years before we can afford to build an outdoor aquatics facility this magnitude, maybe we need to press pause, pivot, and consider other options. And I think that's what we've been doing. And I made this point before, and I'll make it again tonight. Our intent, the very first time we brought this to you months ago, was to say, hey, before we commit to a $10 or $12 million facility, let's make sure that the work that we've done at Richardson is not the priority. If we can do both, or if we can do either or, then we should have that conversation before we make a $10 or $12 million commitment at a minimum. So that's why we got here. I think that fork in the road was in the last 6 months.
But if I'm not mistaken, there was also a change in the potential financing from maybe
very
what
much
you
so.
knew 6 months ago. Is that accurate?
Yeah. In parallel with doing the concept design at the rec center, again, we've had this conversation. I'll just briefly relay it again. We were going through a refinance of our wastewater bonds, which, as you know, we closed on last month. And in conversations with the underwriter, kind of really just informal conversations, we were talking about future park amenities and other projects that we might need or want to finance, like a new public works facility or a new town hall, a new park. and that underwriter said, yeah, you could do COPs to fund the construction of Richardson, which we had previously believed was not the case.
So the
yeah,
port
that changed the calculus.
committee was doing everything sort of within the scope of what they
100%.
thought the direction was, where they were
Yeah.
going, the criteria,
Mhm.
what guardrails they needed to stay within. And then I don't say this in a derogatory way, but then the rules changed a little bit.
The rules did
with,
change,
with new
yeah.
information, right?
Yeah,
So
that's our fault from a staff standpoint.
so
the rules changed.
the intent was
rules of
never to
engagement
waste their
changed, yeah.
time or all the hard work they
Never,
did
no.
and everything
Yeah.
they put together. But we came across this new information that's kind of critical.
It seems like an important conversation to have from our perspective.
Well, another thing that changed from the 2016 and the 2018 master plans is that we had an outdoor pool.
Mhm.
We then,
Eh.
so priorities were a little bit different at that time for the town because we had an outdoor pool. And then when we lost our outdoor pool, I think that came into that sort of 2018 to 2024 sort of gray area. And then that was why the port committee also wanted to reassess the town's needs because we hadn't had surveys since 2018 when we had these other amenities and then we lost those. And so I think that also played into the fork in the road, so to speak.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's an important distinction to make. The situation did change after the 2018 master plan. For clarity, the 2018 master plan did not envision a pool at Town Park that was expected to be removed as part of future changes there. And actually, if we talked about this at the last meeting, but I'll cover this one again too. The original rec center master plan from the 2018 version was an outdoor pool, not an indoor pool. When the board decided to finance that project and we realized we could get enough money to build an indoor pool, the decision was made at the time to make that an indoor facility so it could be used 12 months out of the year instead of 3. So the original intent of the 2018 master plan was an outdoor pool at Wagner. When we chose to build an indoor pool instead, we pivoted and put an outdoor pool at Richardson as kind of the next phase of that project, knowing that an outdoor pool was something that the community was going to both want and need for recreational reasons. So that's how that decision got made, over the last 8 years.
Well, and I think to answer some of the concerns from the port committee, I think that the community shares is that the reason why the outdoor pool was getting prioritized was because of the loss and the outcry from the community. And so we were essentially pushing that forward and advancing it quickly to try and appease that need that was great in our community. But, I think I know that I've learned in this role just as much as all of us and even staff that, like you said, the word pivot, that things come up that we didn't expect. And then it's always good to kind of take that deep breath and pause before you make that huge commitment and look at things more comprehensively in the full picture. And so I think when you brought all of these parks that are on the horizon before us and we were able to say, we have finite resources to apply to all of them. How do we do that in a way that we're looking to the future, not just tomorrow? And so I think that's why, it was good to push pause in a sense and say, are we looking at the full picture instead of just the pool and that need? And so I think, for me, that's why it's important we're here having this discussion for the future, not just for right now.
Yeah, I tell my staff all the time, and I think you all know this, the town was here for 100 and, almost 50 years before I got here, and it's going to be here for 150 years after I leave, and so, or more, and hopefully anyway, if the whole world doesn't melt down in some other crazy way. And, so it's important that a year feels like an eternity in the context of the community as a whole. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Luckily for you guys got elected to make that kind of priority decision. Thank you, Clerk Samora, for the water bottle. This is the beauty of working with the same town clerk for 8 years. I just kind of glanced at him and knew exactly what I was thinking. So
Christian's amazing. Good job.
He is amazing.
Gave me a pen.
So. He's always on top of it.
Get us a pool.
All right, do you want to move on to the financing?
Yes.
Could we take a 5-minute
And no.
break?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Does that work for everyone?
Sure.
Let's do that.
I need some water too.
What do you have going on in your road? What were you doing
I
there?
All right, let's just call the meeting back to order, and we'll kick it off back at starting with financing. Is that right, Mr. Kirk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Karsbeck. There was one other question that I did not address prior to the break, so I just wanted to come back to that. The question was asked, what would we program there south of the existing aquatics facility if we don't build the pool at Wagner? I think the answer to that in its most honest form is whatever you want. The most realistic from our perspective, or the most kind of reasonable thing, would be either additional gym space or an indoor pool, an indoor competition style pool. But, you know, it could be used for all kinds of things. What I can tell you is it probably will not be used for a senior center. I had a meeting with the senior group last week, and they told me that the reason why they don't like the rec center is that it's too far from the parking lot to the building, so that would be an even farther walk. So, but, you know, it's unprogrammed. The piping that's there was originally designed for an outdoor, like a really large splash pad, thinking that there would be an outdoor aquatics amenity but not a pool there. So the piping isn't sufficient for the pool that we have designed for the amount of water. If we shrunk that pool to a 6-lane lap pool and made some other modifications, we could probably get by with the piping and the pump space that we have in the existing building. But the concept that we looked at tonight includes a mechanical room for additional pumps. So just so that we're clear about that. But there is no other plan for that space that was conceptualized or that's been really discussed in any detail other than extra gym space, indoor competition style pool, or an outdoor aquatics amenity. Sorry, back to finance. So what you had in your packet wasn't really a lot different than what we looked at last go round, although we did have. So we've been working on the budget, and I just wanted to kind of show you. You're going to see this in detail on next Tuesday night. This is still in draft form. We're still working out a few last kinks before we publish the packet tomorrow for next Tuesday. So I apologize in advance. You have to listen to me talk a lot tonight, and you're going to listen to me talk for a few hours next Tuesday as well. But one of the things that we're doing differently in the budget this coming year that we've never had before is a dedicated capital projects fund, with the intention that it's a lot easier to see both where the revenue and the expense are for projects. So that's something that Cindy and I have talked about for a couple of years, and just have kind of debated whether or not it was worth the time and energy necessary to make that a reality for her primarily. And there's a couple of different ways that we can track projects, but we think this is the most transparent way to do it. So when we talked about the Arboretum, I don't know, a couple of meetings ago, a couple of the trustees said, wait, we budgeted money for that? And I don't think that was because you guys weren't paying attention, but I also think it's because the way we budget for that is there is money in several different funds. And so it's just not as easy to track. It's, you know, we do from an accounting standpoint, we can run your report, you can see exactly how that gets done. But just, you know, from a quick check from the public standpoint, especially when you look at the budget, you know, there's $1 million in one fund, there's $1.5 million in another, there's $2.5 million in this fund, there's $3 million down here, and they're in different spots. So what we're going to do next year, and again, we'll go over this in a little more detail next week, but is we're going to take all that money from those funds, transfer them into this fund, which will be accounted for differently. It's like taking it out of one bank account and putting it in another, right? And oops, I don't know what I just did. Sorry. Oh, I do know what I did. And so what you'll end up seeing is I'll just use, that's not the right fund. I'll use the Arboretum as an example. So you'll have all the revenue line items here. This will show you the transfer from the general fund, and that cell's tied back up to the general fund just from a spreadsheet standpoint. Transfer from medical marijuana fund, which we're not intending for the Arboretum. Park development, 1998, 1%, 2019, 1%. You'll see exactly where that money came from. There's corresponding expenditures in those funds, right? So that will also make the balances total. It'll be easier to see how that affects things throughout all these various funds that we manage. And then you'll see the expenses in broad categories: concept plan, design, legal, construction administration. And then you'll be able to see from year to year kind of where those carryovers occur. So if you think about Richardson, if we were to do a COP, you've got a total amount of revenue that might end up in that fund in the first year. You've got a certain level of expense that we might plan for. You've got a balance that then carries over to the next year, adds to your next year revenue. And then you can kind of see how those expenditures occur, and it will all be in one place. So you won't have to go from the general fund to the 1998 1% fund to the 2019 1% fund, all that. I only show you this because this is kind of what formed the basis of the summary sheet that I provided in your presentation. As I was copying and pasting and going through a bunch of different variations, I did make a mistake in that no financing option. So I appreciate Ms. Lincoln for pointing that out via email. You may have seen that.
Yeah.
It was a good catch.
Yes, definitely.
I did not delete the debt service from the no financing option. I deleted the total revenue from the COPs, right? There's no $28 million chunk of cash coming in. But I left the debt service in. And so what that does is it changes the ending balance. So I'll show you the next slide where it's gone, and you'll see the difference. But it does mean that the balance increases faster. And again, this is based purely on some speculative future commitments that you may or may not choose to make. So what we're intending to show you in this summary is not, frankly, a future board could change their mind about how much money they want to put into a capital projects fund, right? You get to make 1 year fiscal obligations at a time.
But when we do these capital expenditures in the budget, they're not a foregone conclusion that they're actually going to happen, right? It's almost like a placeholder, and then we come back and maybe we bless it and maybe we don't. Is that accurate?
It is not a foregone conclusion from a board decision-making standpoint. So just because you put we budget money in, over the last 8 years, we have budgeted money for things that never happen, and that money got budgeted for something else later. That was either because they couldn't be done, or because the board changed their mind, or because staff recommended that we not spend that money and use it on something else. So yes, in a lot of ways, the budget is a placeholder. But from our perspective, if you budget money, the expectation is that you're asking us to do that. So once you budget the money, we're working diligently to try and make that happen.
Right.
Now, once we get to that place, the Arboretum's a good example, right? You budgeted money to you approved the budget with funds to construct the Arboretum, and we've been working on the design plans with the expectation that we were going to go to bid and build that. Now, when we go to bid and we receive bids for that project, you might not choose to execute that project. That will be a board vote at that point. And if you don't, that money will stay in those accounts unless you budget it somewhere else.
And something you just said is things don't necessarily roll over from 1 year to the next. So as you've been aggressive or conservative, whichever word you want to use, on the amount of capital you are budgeting, based on my historic experience with the town, you have not come anywhere, and this isn't a criticism, I'd rather be fiscally conservative than the other way. You have not come anywhere near using that capital that's been set aside. So if I heard what you just said, we start with a fresh slate every new year with new budgeted capital projects. Is that accurate?
That is true. So even if you moved money into this capital fund from a budgeting perspective and you choose not to execute a project, you can move that money back into the original funds where it came from. It's all accounted for that way. It's easy to do.
So when we see the 2026 budget, things that have been items, projects that have been earmarked in the past may or may not come forward into the 2026 budget.
That will be your decision, but yes, that is true. There are very few things on the list that we would not recommend that you carry forward. So, and
but as we look at the finances, we may, as a group, say, if there are concerns about what we finance, we as a board may feel that it's more appropriate to dedicate funds to a given project over another project.
That is true. So no matter what the one caveat to all that is if you choose to finance Richardson, you've made a commitment you can't turn back on, right? It's like once you take money out for a mortgage, you either pay it off or or you keep paying it off. There is no other alternative. You don't get to just choose not to pay.
That would be at the point that we accept a bid, correct?
That would be at the point that you adopted an ordinance to issue COPs. So there's a whole long
Right,
process
right.
in order to do that. You'd be making a very formal declaration that you were doing that.
Exactly.
Once you've made that decision, there's no going back. On the budgetary side, if you budgeted $12 million to build a pool and we couldn't build one this year for whatever reason, and you chose, and at the end of next year you said, hey, you know what, maybe we don't think a pool is that important after all, the board next year doesn't have to carry those funds over. That's a discretionary choice. So rolling over unspent funds is purely discretionary, with the exception of if you have issued debt, you better pay it off. Yeah. So I'm going to cover the no financing first because I think that's important, and it's also important to point out the difference here. So I apologize that in all these copy and paste and multiple iterations, I did not delete the debt service out of that fund. What is included is the money to pay for it. So, but the expense shouldn't have been included. This is what that sheet should have looked like. So this was what was originally included in your packet. I drew a red line through the part that shouldn't have been there, so we're all clear and on the same page. That is gone in this version. What you see, obviously, is that the balance increases at a much faster rate because we're not spending $1.8 million or $1.9 million on debt service annually. So that's pretty easy to see. The money to pay that debt service is still here in this list at the bottom. So if you look at ongoing revenue for park development, starting in 2027 with an annual 3.5% escalation, which we think is a relatively conservative increase in dedicated funds, this would be a discretionary choice a board would have to make every single year to continue to put $3.25 million into that capital fund specifically for park development purposes. Okay, so that's what that is intended to show. The $1 million from the 2019 1% and the $900,000 from the 1998 1%, that revenue is there for paying the debt service in the financing option. If you don't have debt service and you want to continue to contribute that same amount into that fund, then that's what builds that bank faster for future capital park and recreation capital projects. Does that make sense?
So would you just clarify what the difference is between the transfer to capital fund 25 through 27 versus the ongoing revenue park department annual escalation?
So the way I have it shown here, I was trying to simplify this down so we didn't have to go through a 47-page budget document, flip back and forth between funds. I think I probably made it more complicated than I needed to, or maybe I wasn't complicated enough. I don't know. You tell me. What I was intending to show is that ongoing revenue for park development is money that you or a future town board could choose to take from those funds, general fund, medical marijuana fund, park development, 1998 1% and 2019 1%. You could choose to take those funds annually and take them out of those funds and put them into the capital fund for park development purposes.
So to clarify, those would be additional park development projects outside of these ones listed out?
That's what we would use to fund these projects on this list or whatever projects you added to the list. So, and maybe I'll just try to walk through it the way my brain works, and I readily admit is probably not a very good way. But here, what we're looking at here is that, you know, we have this list of projects. I threw in some numbers here. I actually threw in some WAGs in the last slideshow last time we did this. I took those out because, frankly, they're just guesses based on current park projects. Like, so it's for Town Park. Town Park Phase 1 cost us $5.5 million. I threw in $6.5 million for Town Park Phase 2. Significantly less intensive, but we're thinking it's going to be years away. So in today's dollars, maybe that is $6.5 million bucks. But I took those out because we don't have cost estimate for that makes any sense in the context of this. I also plugged in a $7.5 million for Newell Farm Park. I think I made this clear last time. I'll make it clear again today. We have no idea how much Newell Farm Park may or may not cost because we're just starting that concept planning effort. That could be a $5 million park or it could be a $30 million park, depending on what the ultimate amenities are that are planned and the scope and scale of those. Trustee Ayers, did you have a question?
Yeah, just to go on their questions, just to make sure I'm seeing the chart right. So the bottom right-hand square, the dark purple, 3.25, that is money that we would be taking out of each of these additional funds.
Annually.
Annually.
Correct.
That sum is in the upper chart under 2027. It's the second one down.
Is annual
And that
revenue.
increases by 3% every year.
Correct.
If we were to take out that percentage of each of those funds every year, that's how much we would be adding to that fund every year.
Every year. Correct. And the initial balance in 2026 is the total of the two light purple, or I don't know what color you call that. I call it light purple, but under the transfers to capital funds 2026, 2027. So what we're suggesting is that there would be some initial transfers out of our existing reserves in these funds. We would plug all that in one big chunk to start this effort. And then we would draw down from that with the expenses that we have planned, and we would add to that balance with annual expenditures that you just outlined. Does that make sense? So we got a big chunk right up front in 2026. Now, when you see in that initial balance in future years, that's a carryover from the bottom ending balance from the year prior, right? So you've got a total amount that we put into this fund in year one. We've got some expenses. We have a remaining balance at the bottom on 2026 that gets carried over to the top of 2027. We add to that with additional annual revenue, that $3.2 million that you just talked about, Trustee Ayers. Then we have additional expense and an ending balance in 2027 that gets carried to the top of 2028. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're in the middle table. You have the 8.5 million ties out to the Arboretum, but the 13.5 doesn't tie out. Is that because you just added some miscellaneous
We
stuff
added
in
some
there?
extra money.
Okay.
We think that, the Wagner pool could be 11.5.
So there's 1.5 million of stuff.
There's a chunk of contingency in there. There's and really just to also just kind of seed that account. So if we don't need it for contingency or for
Okay.
other soft
Okay.
costs, that would end up just staying in the fund and being carried over for future years. We could start with less money if you wanted to. We just felt like having a healthy cushion that first year made some sense. And so that transfer to capital 2026, 2027 is the same in the financing and the no financing option. The difference is $28 million in COP proceeds. That's the only real difference in that initial funding.
Well,
the other thing that is not different is the ongoing revenue for park development.
But
So-
you just switched slides and
did.
Richardson showed up. It was Wagner before.
Yeah, that's because I'm assuming that if you're going to finance, it's to finance Richardson.
Okay.
I don't think we need to issue financing if we're not building Richardson.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend that we do. So I flipped a Wagner pool and Richardson in the financing versus no financing option. The Arboretum and Jaskowski stay the same, expecting that both of those would move forward. And part of the reason why there's some cushion in that 2026 number is we also don't have a really solid cost estimate for Jaskowski because we haven't really fully defined what that scope is. Some trails and Frisbee baskets and some soft surface parking is pretty cheap. If we want to build buildings, we want to tear buildings down, we want to build, a higher level trail system or whatever that we can get approved through Colorado Uplands, it might change. So part of it was just thinking, we think we could do some really simple amenities and get that thing open for $500,000. But if you wanted to do more, we'd have a little bit more money seated in there that first year to figure that out. So that was kind of that other thought process I should have pointed out.
And what drives that initial balance up to 50 million is the 28 million from the financing.
That's right, because otherwise it
The
would be
other s-
22 million
Yep.
without it.
Yep.
That's the only
Yep.
difference between these two slides.
Okay.
So we're suggesting you could contribute the same amount out of reserves either way
Yep.
into this capital fund for parks and recreation purposes. The financing option gets you another 28 million in COP proceeds. If you don't want to do that, then you have 22 million to work with. And then how you choose to spend it and in what order is really a discretionary choice. I think the outdoor pool continues to be at the top of the list with the Arboretum. So that's what we have planned here. an outdoor pool, the Arboretum, and Jaskowski as the first things to get built.
So to summarize, would you say we're having a discussion today to talk about, do we go with the Wagner model with no financing, or do we go with the Richardson model with financing? Would you say that's one of the core things we're talking about?
From my perspective, I think that's the core decision to be
Okay.
made. Now, we can have lots of conversations about what do you do after that, and those conversations still need to be had in some way, shape, or form, both when and what. But all of those things are much less defined. So Town Park Phase 2 is designed, like we could go out to bid and build that tomorrow, but we can't do that without new ball fields, right? So even if we wanted to build Town Park as designed, both in the master plan and what we actually designed from a construction standpoint, which, by the way, does not include ball fields. So, and I totally hear what everybody's saying about the ball fields. If we wanted to build that, we could build that 6 months from now. If we had ball fields, but we can't take those out. We are maxed out on field space. So I do have a field analysis from Amanda that we did a year ago, if you guys are interested in hearing about that. I think we've had lots of conversations about the importance of ball fields for current and future recreation programming. We can go through that if you want to, happy to. Otherwise, we can just assume that we also have need for field space.
I think one of the questions I have about financing is that I'm trying to understand the chart still, but if we move forward with either of these options, will some of the lower priority parks, at what time in history will those get attention? Are we 10 years down the road? Are we 20 years down the road? When will some of those lower priority parks
And when you say lower priority parks, do you mean the ones on this list that do not have numbers associated with them, or do you mean other things that we have not talked about?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Mainly the ones that are not highlighted on either slide. So like Town Park Phase 2, Knievel, and I forget what was on the other slide that wasn't getting addressed. But I feel like there were a couple other smaller amenities on the survey that also came up as priorities, like an ice skating rink, things like that. Are those things off the table for the next 20 years? Should we move forward with either of these options?
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I can make a prediction for you. The only thing I can promise is that I will be wrong. So that's the beauty of future financial projections, and you've probably heard me say that before. The only thing I can promise you is that our projection is going to be wrong. The question is, how wrong is it going to be and in what direction? Sure. That I can give you a decent idea about. But if you asked me 5 years ago, when were we going to get to build the next big park? If you would have asked me 5 years ago, can we build the rec center, a bike park, pickleball courts, Town Park Phase 1, and do all that in 5 years, I would have told you 5 years ago, no chance financially that we could do that. Our revenues increased dramatically, well beyond what we had planned at the time when we made the choice to build the rec center, and it gave us the ability to do stuff that we didn't have planned. So could that happen again? Sure. Should we plan for that? No. So from my perspective, what I think we're showing you here is what money we think you could reasonably work with without impacting the other things that we're already doing, but not adding new things like an ice rink to the list. I would suggest to you that an ice rink, a golf course, some of the other things, these kind of big ideas that we've talked about are not likely to happen in the near future. Now, we have 5,000 approved lots in this town, and hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial space that could be constructed, and who knows what the future holds from an economic standpoint. We're trying to make some reasonable financial projections just for next year, and we're really not sure. We're going to be very conservative, what we think is conservative. Interest rates could change, global markets could shift because of some macroeconomic choices we have no control over, and building and development could skyrocket back to 2019 levels, or it could stay flat for 10 years like it did after the recession in a lot of places. So that's a long way of saying I think that the bigger park ideas that we've talked about but that have never really been planned, like an ice rink or a golf course, you should not expect the town to be pursuing the next 10 years. Some of these other things on the list, I think we could absolutely do within the next 10 years, but a lot of that'll be driven by the economic situation in the town that I just can't reasonably predict 5 years from now.
In your table, if we were talking about a balance of a couple 100,000, that's not what we're talking about any kind of return on that. But when we're talking 18 million, have you factored in any kind of return on that money?
No. So we do invest those funds, and we do generate interest on all the 136
So you could get $1 million.
some odd $1 million we have. We earn a lot of money in interest right now. We're going to draw down those balances over the next few years with large capital projects and water and wastewater and stormwater and parks and but yeah, we can get some return on these funds, but no, I don't have that plan in here.
Okay.
Trustee Ayers.
So just so I know I'm understanding the chart correctly or not, again, financing or not, 3.25 would come out every year with a 3% increase.
With board approval, of course, but yes.
So in 2027, when it says ending balance 2.92, that is discretionary funding for parks and for park development on top of all the other expenditures for these specific projects.
Correct. So what is in that ending balance, I would suggest to you, is discretionary park funds.
So
now, if you spend that on, let's say in 2028 you decide to spend $2.5 million on, I don't know, Town Park Phase 2, then that just postpones what you do after that, because that money comes out of the balance and it's not there for the next thing. But yes, I would suggest
we wouldn't zero out these accounts. It would be at the end of 2027, 3 million. At the end of 2028, if things were to go in this way, 1.3.
And what you'll see in the budget, and I think we've got to decide how we want to do this. I'm going to go back because I think this is probably is reasonable for the conversation. What you'll see in the way that I have it currently in the draft, as we're trying to put all this stuff on paper to make sense, is that those funds are going into the Newell Farm Park bucket, thinking that that's the next park on the list. That would be the amphitheater that we've talked about, that ranked high in the surveys, and you guys have heard lots and lots about. But in similar fashion to the conversation we had with Trustee Wing, just because we put $5.5 million in here by the end of 2030, the board in 2030 might say we couldn't care less about Newell Farm Park and we want to build a ice skating rink. That's a decision that a board will get to make. The idea is that money would be in there, that we'd be saving that up with the intention that we're doing this project. And that's the beauty of having it the way it is in this budget, is everybody can see we've been saving money to do this, but it doesn't mean that you're obligated to. That every year a board is going to have to make that decision.
So follow-up question on that. Where, and you've gone over this numerous times, I apologize for asking this question, but for open space purchases, does the ending balance for each year, is that also the money that the board would be using to purchase open space, or that comes from a separate fund, or we can use that as partial?
You could do either or. So if there's money left in this fund and you wanted to rebudget it out of, so for instance, you can see in the Richardson Park balance every year we're carrying about $600,000 balance there for cushion reasons. I don't think that's really necessary once it's built, because I have operational money, both revenue and expenses, built into future years in a different part of the fund. You might say, hey, that $600,000 balance, if that's left at the end of the year, we want to put that all into an open space bucket. I mean, you could choose to do that. The board could choose to do that. There is money continued to be budgeted for open space at the same level that we have for the last 3 years in a different part of the budget. It's a small dollar number, though. It's $150,000 a year that we're just putting aside, similar to this, but putting it into the Larimer County Open Space Fund in a separate bucket to save up money. That was because at the time when we made that decision 3 years ago, our intent was to help fund conservation easements, not to acquire properties in fee. Buying property is a lot more expensive than paying for conservation easement. I would suggest that we're not likely to own all those properties in fee in the future. the other ones that we might conceptualize along the river corridor or in other areas east of town. I would guess that some of those will be done via easement, like trail and access easements. Some might be done via conservation easements, which are a little different. Those will be less expensive. It's also important to remember that when we bought both the Beefus Farm and the Shaw property, part of our calculus was that there's a small house and garage on the Beefus Farm that we want to subdivide off with 3 to 5 acres, and sell. We don't have any use for a small cottage home. The town, it makes no sense for the town to own, and we don't really want to be residential landlords. I've said that lots of times. Commercial landlord's a little different. Residential landlord, I don't think you want to evict somebody, and I don't want to evict somebody. So, if we sell that, whatever proceeds we receive, which will not be insignificant, those will go back into the open space bucket unless you choose to spend them on something else. But that would be our expectation. The same is true of the Shaw Farm. We have to put that under conservation easement in order to get the GOCO funding. Once it's conserved, we can subdivide off the river corridor of relatively significant magnitude and sell the farm with a building envelope that somebody can buy, operate a farm from here to forever, and have a small home on. We can take that money and put it back into the open space fund. So there are ways for us to kind of use the money we've already spent to help continue to seed those acquisitions in the future. And then we would treat all of them, and it would be my recommendation, we do the same thing with any other property that we acquire. So if we acquire a farm, we conserve the water and the farmland. We create a small building envelope so that somebody can live there and farm the property. Under that conservation easement, we subdivide off the river corridor. We keep that, sell the rest. We're going to take less money than we spent, right? Obviously, we're going to be getting less money in return, depending on the timing. Who knows, 5 years from now, all that land might be worth 3 times what it's worth today. But the expectation is we'll be getting less money back than we spent, but we'll be keeping the river corridor, we'll have conserved farmland, and we'll be reseeding our open space fund. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, we're going to continue to set aside $150,000 a year, unless you tell us to do more. We can figure out how to do that. You could use some of what's left in these balances as discretionary funds for other parks and recreation purposes or open space acquisitions. And we will be hopefully selling portions of those properties after they've been conserved to help continue to seed the open space fund.
The other revenue flow you don't have in your model, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we were to get income from the ballpark, if we were to get income from the pool, that's really not factored in at this point, right?
Not here, not for capital purposes. We would keep all of that in our operating funds. And if we were fortunate enough, and I think the aquatics facility can and should, in 3 to 5 years at most, be generating revenue beyond what it costs to operate the facility. Outdoor aquatics facilities can do that. Indoor facilities, because of the expense to run, are a little different, but outdoor facilities get a little heavier use and they're cheaper to operate. So we should be able to generate some revenue, but we would just keep that money in our operations funds for pump replacements and new lane lines and all that stuff. Buying new chairs, it would all go back into that operating account.
So quick budget question. Can you remind me, just because talking about trails funding for pedestrian bicycle, do we have funds or designated funding to improve the bicycle infrastructure around town? Like I know we got the bike lane striping in some places. Is there funding to expand that or increased? I know we were doing like pedestrian lights. I just know that some of the communities wanting to know how we're planning to expand that as part of all of this. I don't remember if we had funding designated for that.
Yeah, so the 1998 1% sales tax fund, if you'll recall, the 2019 fund can only be spent on parks and recreation, open space. Parks, recreation, open space, and trails. So we could use some of that money for trails, and we have capacity in that fund if we wanted to use some of that money for trail development in the future, even after debt service, operating the rec center, operating the arboretum, all that stuff that's in the budget. But the 1998 1% fund, one of the dedicated uses was street improvements and sidewalk improvements, and that's where we primarily fund all of our street and sidewalk maintenance today, and we would expect to continue that at current levels with reasonable increases. So this is the 1998 1% fund. And I will readily admit that what I'm showing you right here actually doesn't match exactly what is on that summary slide from Thursday, because I've been playing with these numbers over the last couple of days too in preparation of next week's budget. But it's substantially similar. You can see the total balances are relatively similar to what you would see in like the ending fund balance on that summary sheet. But we're making changes to things in real time. So we're clear, this number at the bottom of this screen is slightly different than the one on that summary sheet. But what I'm showing you here is that we would, that includes continued funding for street improvements, continued funding for sidewalk improvements. And you can see in prior years we didn't spend anywhere near 350, and some years we've spent more, but we would be allocating money every year for sidewalks and street bike lanes, asphalt repaving, striping, all that from here. We actually have the ability to spend some of the recreational marijuana tax on streets, sidewalks, and bike lanes as well. And we don't have as much money programmed in that fund. I've kind of left that one alone because Loveland recently passed marijuana sales, and that's changed our revenue numbers a little bit. We just want to wait until that all stabilizes and we have a pretty good idea of what that might look like in the future from a tax revenue standpoint. But there is capacity in that fund for additional trails, sidewalks, bike lanes, asphalt maintenance that we just don't have programmed yet.
So if those opportunities come up, I guess I'm trying to make sure that there's still funding available, because those are smaller projects if we do striping and things like that, or maybe adding places to hook up your bikes downtown or something. Those opportunities will still exist.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely will.
We're not talking about a bond tonight, right? But this would play a lot similar to a COP, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so the difference between a bond and a COP is really, it's twofold. One of them you know about, actually you know about both of them. We talked about it before. The real difference between a bond and a COP is a bond requires voter approval and a COP does not. As a result, the bond gets a slightly better interest rate than the COP does, because the COP requires an annual appropriation of the town board. A bond is a long-term financial obligation under state law that you are expected to pay back. A COP, technically a board could choose not to pay the COP payment. You'd destroy the town's credit, so that'd be a terrible choice to make. We would never recommend that you do. We would never recommend that you issue debt that we couldn't afford to pay back.
We'd get sued, wouldn't we? We didn't.
No, what they would do is take the facility from you.
Right.
They would operate it.
Yeah.
They operate it to recoup the money they lent us, and once they recoup their costs, we get the facility back. So, like the rec center, if some future board lost their mind and decided not to pay the COP payment, the trustee could take the building from us. We still technically own it. We own the ground, we own the building, but they have the right as the trustee to take that building, lease it to somebody else to pay back the COP holders. And when that debt's paid off, then they have to give it back to us.
So how would this play? We don't know what interest rate that would be available if this went to the ballot in April would pass. Right?
We don't. I mean, we have some projections, right? I mean, our financial advisor, who, by the way, did not give us financial advice for legal purposes, but who did give us some planning numbers and some information about their future projections. They're projecting interest rates to continue to decline through April. So depending on when we issued debt, whether it's COP or bond, there's a reasonable likelihood that the interest rates will be lower. If they end up being significantly lower, what that means is we can get more money or we can have a lower payment, right? It's just like a loan that you take out at home. If the interest rate goes down, your monthly payment decreases, or you can get more money for the same monthly payment.
You may not have to value engineer as much out of it.
Exactly. So if we value engineered out a lazy river and that was a $3 million savings, but interest rates declined enough that we could get an extra $3 million in proceeds, then we could put that back in. That's actually kind of what happened at the rec center. We added some things back in because the interest rate was so good, and the amount of money that we were able to obtain for the amount that we planned, we actually got a little premium too. So There are other entities around us. Municipal debt right now is a really solid investment for a lot of folks, and they did a recent issuance. I'm not gonna tell you who it was because I can't remember off the top of my head. It was one of our neighboring jurisdictions. We were talking in a regional meeting that we were in, and they had investors effectively bidding on their bond sale, and so they got premium. So they got a whole lot of extra money that they hadn't planned for because basically investors were paying extra to get the bonds. So that's also possible if the market continues to stay similar, but we wouldn't plan for that either. That's like a bonus. So
Remember what the interest rate ballpark was?
I do not, but I know what our financial advisor, who did not give us legal financial advice, but who gave us some recommendations. They think it's somewhere in the 4.5% range right now. So the rec center was issued at 2.75. So just for comparison purposes, the market's a lot different today than it was then. That money was practically free because inflation grossly outpaced that interest rate. But we again, I think from a planning perspective, we would expect that interest rates will continue to decline a little bit, over the next 6 months.
You're saying decline?
Yeah, decline. Interest rates would come down. So it's possible we could finance more, or it's possible we could get a lower payment, which is great for a lot of reasons. Our planning number that we plugged in here was this 25-year. So we looked at a 20-year, 25-year, and a 30-year note, all callable between 8 and 9 years. But we picked the 25-year both from an annual debt service perspective, but also from a long-term total debt perspective. So you can see the difference between 20 and 25 years in the total repayment is about $5 million, $5.5. You go out to 30-year, and now we're talking a difference of $11 million in interest over that extra 10 years. So we just split the difference for the purposes of showing you tonight what might be possible.
One of our residents mentioned that it would take a lot longer to issue a bond.
I think from having done both, they're both a huge pain, but they're similar in timing.
So we don't have to wait for a certain election for the bond.
I take it back. Sorry. I mean, on my end, it's the same. From a public perspective, you would have to put it on a ballot in April, so we'd have to wait until at least April,
right,
if you wanted to bond for it. There's the reality is that I don't think this is a secret. The drawback of putting it on, there's two drawbacks to putting it on the ballot. One is maybe it doesn't pass, which I think we can all argue that maybe if people don't vote for it, then maybe we shouldn't do it. So, I mean, that's sort of, yeah. People voted to pay for the tax to pay for it, but they didn't pay for the financing to pay for it. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that again. I think we can all agree that's a bad, let's not do that again. So we can make a choice to fund it. We already have the tax revenue to do it. We're not asking people to pay more. Or you can put it in front of the voters and we can wait. If you wait till April to make that choice, I can assure you we will not have a pool open in 2027. Right. I don't think that's look, again, I got kids, I got a family, I love to swim, I'd love to be in a pool in 2027. If we wait till 2028, is it going to significantly decrease my quality of life? Probably not for 3 months, but that's just a question that everybody has to weigh. But if we wait till April to make a bond decision, we're not opening a pool in 2027.
That's making one of two assumptions. Either number one, it gets passed,
right,
or number two, it doesn't get passed, and then you go the other route, or then you wait another year and bring it up again as another bond.
I think, well, I would look at it like this. The board gets to make this vote, not me. If you put it on a ballot, you waited till April. If it did not pass, I would suggest you pivot away from Richardson. We put that project on the shelf, and we just move forward with building a pool at Wagner and move on.
Before we get kids
but
in the water.
But even in that case, it's going to be tough to get a pool open by 2027 if we wait that long. So that's just a consideration.
Okay.
So again, I think the financing, the no financing option, in terms of like how much revenue we're devoting to this project or how much of our reserves, these projects, I have it shown both ways with the same amount of money coming out of our budget. Now, what you see is that the financing option gives you a little less flexibility, but it gets you more amenities sooner. The no financing option gets you less amenities, but gets you a whole lot more flexibility and money in the long run. So I think that's really the question is, if we do no financing and we prioritize Wagner, the Arboretum, and Jeskowski, I say an outdoor pool. If we prioritize an outdoor pool, the Arboretum, and Jeskowski for financing, we have the ability to do other things sooner with the no financing option, I think, because we're going to be spending less money on debt service, right? So you're going to have $2 million a year that you don't have to plug into something that you're not obligated to commit to something else that you've already built. But will we have enough money to build ball fields? I don't know. So maybe this is a good time to show you this too. But, throughout the course of the design effort for Richardson, we had a couple of different, excuse me. We had a couple of different estimates done, and they were wildly different. So I know everybody probably thinks we're stupid and we can't estimate projects, but for what it's worth, we were working with the information that we had. I don't think I have the original one. The original cost estimate for the Richardson Park project was like $32 million for the entire thing, not phased, with really not a lot of change in amenities. That's what our design team told us originally. At the exact same time, our actual direct construction costs like doubled within 18 months. I mean, on stuff that we were working on already. And so I don't think that they gave us bad information. I think the market changed dramatically in a very short period of time. And this might take a second to steal from the cloud here. But even at the schematic design phase of the project, we were thinking that parking and ball fields probably in the $13 to $13.5 million range, just for the piece up at the top. And you can see the design evolved over time. I think that is probably realistically today, the 4 ball fields and the parking by itself, if we built just those, is at least $60.5 to $20 million. And a lot of that's driven by infrastructure costs that for us, we have a good estimate on, but we think those estimates are high. We just don't know how high they are. So when we think about that, I won't even show you the actual like super detailed estimate we did at 60% design phase, because that made me want to quit my job. It was so high. It was like, actually, I was looking back through emails yesterday and Jeremy forwarded me the cost estimate. I think my response back to him was, that makes me want to vomit. I'm not sure I want to do life anymore. And so anyway, I don't know that's worth going through that estimate. We made some major changes after that. That's why the park looks different. But it was so much money. Anyway, what you can see in this kind of no financing option, let me put it back on the bigger screen, sorry, is that in order to get to, I don't know, $16 to $20 million and do Newell Farm, to build ball fields and to do some of the other amenities that we were envisioning, maybe we don't get there, or maybe we don't get there for, another 6, 7, 10 years. Now, all of this is based on the idea that we're going to have very limited growth from a sales and property tax perspective. We've had meteoric sales tax growth over the last 6 years, and that's leveled off. I mentioned that to you before. We're kind of expecting our revenues to be a lot flatter this coming year than they have been the last 5 years. But who knows what the market will do, and who knows how that will change. We've met with lots of large retailers who are very interested in town that could very likely build in the next 3 years. If they do, our sales tax revenue will go up significantly. If they don't, it will be pretty flat, and it will be driven only by new residents paying more money at the grocery store than the old residents did, because now there's, 15,000 people instead of 14,000 people. And that's a lot slower growth in tax revenue. So we have planned for a very modest, very limited growth rate in tax revenue. But if we get, 3 big box stores and several new commercial developments that we've seen conceptually from developers, but not reality. But if those happen, maybe all of a sudden we can do way more stuff than we think we can. Just like we did when we built the rec center, and then wow, all of a sudden we were able to do town park and the bike park and pickleball and the reservoir and all these other projects that we've done over the last 6 years. I don't think we should plan for that, so we should assume, in the most conservative way, that our revenues will increase very slowly. And then if we get more money, great, we can accelerate projects. If we don't, then we're going to be stuck with the 3 or 4 things that we built. Hopefully that makes sense.
Well, is that kind of conclude the presentation?
I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay.
At least to the best of my ability.
And just as kind of timing here, we're getting towards, or past our generally scheduled time here, and I was telling people, and I kind of was under the impression that we were not going to be given any direction tonight. I think it's reasonable, Administrator Kirk, that staff does want some kind of direction out of this.
From my perspective, the only direction I need is whatever you want to give me. I don't mean that, and I don't mean that to just like shrug that responsibility. But if you give me direction, we're going to hit the gas. If you're not prepared to do that, we'll just wait till you are.
Well, there's a time frame regarding. Is there a time frame? I mean, beyond budget.
We need to have a budgetary decision, hopefully by December, when you approve the annual budget. Now, as you know, you can make budget supplements anytime during the year. We try not to do that. We try to do it one time a year in August. But if in January you decided you want to supplement the budget and change it, you can do that via resolution, and there's an easy process to do that. So you could change the budget every single meeting. I would, of course, recommend that you do not.
I'm
but
trying to avoid this being, you need direction, but I'm trying to avoid tonight just because we've given a ton of information.
100%. I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, I super didn't mean to cut you off. The Port Committee is meeting tomorrow night, and they've heard a lot of information tonight, and they'll have the ability to kind of consider everything we've talked about, the questions that have been asked, the answers have been provided, and they may want to come back to you and make a recommendation, which they could do maybe on November 10th, depending on how that conversation goes tomorrow. So we don't need you to give us direction tonight. We'll go ahead and evaluate like what's the cost difference between a diving board and a no diving board at Richardson. I haven't really heard a lot else from an immediate decision-making standpoint. And again, we're going to have a conversation at some point about what do we do after the Arboretum, Jaskowski, and whatever outdoor pool we build. When and how do we do those things? And that's probably a bigger planning effort, to be honest. I don't know that that's just something we'll just sit down in a room and all hash out. But we have a lot of good information already. We probably want to have a couple of community meeting, open house kind of format. We got a lot of awesome feedback at the Oktoberfest, so you'd be amazed how much good feedback we got at there. There's a lot of support for an outdoor pool. People liked both options.
At some point we'll have a concept plan on as well, correct?
Yeah, and we'll have a concept plan. Keith, remind me, when are we thinking the initial concept plan will be done? Yeah, current scope and schedule.
Complete in May.
Concept plan complete in May. Yeah. So that includes, multiple rounds of meetings and reviews and back and forth. And so, it's probably worth having some of that fleshed out before we get real heavy into like, what do we do next? But.
So trustees, if we're all right with that, we just kind of leaving this to Port to get their feedback. Is there anything, does anyone opposed to that, I guess, or is there anything else? Otherwise,
Yeah, I'd like to make just a comment on looking at some of the information tonight. So as I looked at the most important future amenities, and I looked at which one of those that Richardson Park checks, it's almost 20 out of all of the criterias. Comparatively speaking, the Arboretum is 6. And then there's more than one way to skin a cat. So as we look at other options, it doesn't have to be all in. We could do something like, and I think this is what we need to talk about, if we were to take the value of Wagner and we were to take the value of the Arboretum, that's $20 million. we could then do Richardson and only put $14 million into is it COP or CPO? COP?
Mm-hmm.
And so we could drastically lower our finance charges and our debt we would go. So all I'm saying is it looks like if we're talking about the survey that was important to us, all the check marks, or a vast majority of them, happen when you go with Richardson. And then from the finance standpoint, if we don't have the stomach, or we think we're overextending, or if we think that's too rich, there are still other things we can give it. What's your phrase? Valued engineering? I don't know when that was coined, but it's a fascinating statement.
Somebody told me that a long time ago. I just keep using it. So.
But again, I think there are things we could do, and as a board say, these things are important to the citizens. We've got some people that really would like to do this other thing. Is there a meeting of the mind on something? We've got a number of pieces here. We can move the chess pieces around a little bit. So I would just say it's not etched in stone, although people get frustrated with not moving ahead. But these are big dollars and these are big decisions.
And I will, I completely agree with you. I mean, I think that's part of the struggle is, I keep saying this too, you've heard me say this a million times, we're not broke, we just got to decide what we want to spend our money on. We can't do it all, that I can tell you. We can do a lot. It's just where do you want to prioritize dollars?
Exactly.
I will say, devil's advocate, trails, natural areas are always at the top of every survey we do. And the Arboretum checks those boxes mostly,
Yep.
right? I mean, that's kind of the intent. And so, and we have gotten a lot.
So does Richardson's, right?
Trails.
on here?
There'll be trail development there, and there'll be places to walk. It's not going to be the same, and it's
We've got a
definitely
lot
not
of
going to be a
trails
natural
already.
area. There are some natural areas around Loveland Lake, but what we have conceived of, I would argue, is not the same
I'll
in
say
terms of
Arboretum is
scope and
probably
scale.
my big passion of mine and a big priority of mine, but I think your arguments make good sense. I think they need to be aired.
Thank you.
That doesn't happen.
Appreciate that.
And I do think, agreed. I think those are important conversations to have. We're talking about spending tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. Let's make sure we're all on the same page about where those dollars should be prioritized. I had something I thought was profound that probably wasn't. If it comes back to me, I'll mention it. But anyway, yeah.
I do agree with Trustee Wing's assessment of looking at it all holistically. I am concerned about taking the big chunk out of the Arboretum and then figuring out where everything else goes. I think it all should be done cohesively. And if, I refer back to your original Parks Master Plan sheet, I think that really is dialed in. There's just tweaks to be made. I think based on the survey results and the original master plan that you had, and I don't know if it was a different slide in our presentation, but it was just like the 3 different phases, I think, of, Richardson, and then maybe it was just summarized. But I appreciated that it was showing, that Richardson was a high priority back then. And so that's not like we're not bringing that up new. And the pool obviously is a priority, but personally, as I've thought about this a lot, and I was one of the proponents of pushing that outdoor pool to meet that need as soon as possible. But when I look at the fact that we're talking long range, we're talking about the town as a whole, the projects as a whole, I really think Richardson incorporating the pool is more important than pushing a smaller pool that's going to be at capacity almost immediately. And then there's no future opportunity for Richardson in our foreseeable future. And so I think where I'm personally pivoting is I see that this is all cohesive, and Richardson and the pool, outdoor pool, to me makes sense as a priority, as well as Newell and the amphitheater need and desire from the survey results. So trying to find a way to finance that, in the most economical fashion. I appreciated what you were saying about some of, making some adjustments, like you did with Town Park to make it more viable financially. I would really like us to do that with Arboretum. You said everything was already a go, and I forget what the direction was on that. But if it were up to me,
we'll see when we get bids.
If it were up to me, we would scale that as well, so that we can make all of these things happen, at the same time. Start moving all these projects together. I still struggle with the COP just because of the impression in the community based on the history. I know that the intent of staff and this board is very different, and it's to take all of the feedback from the community and implement it, not to work against them or to do it in spite of them. It really is, what have they been saying for all these years? What do they want? How can we implement it to the best of our ability? And so I just wanted to express that my thoughts have shifted on the outdoor pool amenity and how we should focus those priorities. If there was a way to finance in the most economical way possible, I think that makes sense. And I don't want to, I appreciate what you're saying, Will, to not make a decision tonight. And obviously we're not making a decision because it's a study session, but I really think that we're dragging this out and we need to take some type of action, and staff can't move forward until we have some clear directives for them. And so I would like us to keep moving forward. I don't think we're going to get any new information on this at this point. We have to make a decision. So that's just my thoughts, is I think we've got all the information we're going to get at this point and need to kind of decide what the best project and how to finance it is going to be.
There may be.
Let me interject here. This is totally not the information that we had 2 weeks ago about taking action on it. And that's fine, because I think study sessions generally you do give direction. So it was a unique prospect when I heard it at the time to just gain that information and walk away. But if we're doing that, it's a totally different thing. If we want Port's feedback tomorrow, if we're going to make decisions tonight or direction tonight for staff, that might preclude Port's decision or input on it.
I think that Mayor Karspeck and Trustee Albrecht, I would suggest that if you want to share your opinions tonight in similar fashion to Trustee Albrecht, maybe that's okay. That's different than direction, because you guys have to agree on direction.
Yeah.
I think you all have different opinions about this. I mean, I can just tell by.
I agree. We should give our opinions. I think that helps out.
So I think those opinions are good, and it's good for the Port Committee to kind of understand where each of you sit. So I think that's valuable. I'm not asking for direction tonight, and I would suggest that you give the Port Committee the chance tomorrow night to talk about it, hear your opinions, hear all the feedback and information we've given tonight. There may be additional information, and I appreciate Trustee Albrecht's comment that we've heard a lot, and maybe we've heard, darn near everything. I can think of other things that we could tell you or that you might want answers to that maybe we don't have but we could get. And so if there is additional information you want, we can gather that too. So, like we've talked broadly about baseball field usage. We have specific numbers. We've talked broadly about economic impacts. We have actual numbers that are estimates. We have some of that information. In a lot of ways, I think those are only marginally relevant. But you already know that we're limited in our baseball space. We've talked about that before. We talked about, baseball and softball usage is tough. The economic stuff is all projections. So is it useful? Only if we're going to run 32 tournaments out there a year and build a hotel that we don't have today, right? It's that kind of stuff. So that's why I didn't present it to you, because there's a lot of projection in that. But if you have interest in that kind of information, we can also gather that for you too. So I think we have talked about a lot, and I appreciate your perspective, Trustee Albrecht. I don't think we're going to hear a whole lot new that's going to significantly alter opinions. But if there is something else, you can give us that. You can ask those questions tonight. We can dig into it, or you can send us emails. We can dig into that and make sure we give that information to you before you give us formal direction. So just want to make that clear.
Personally, I obviously agree with Trustee Albrecht, but I also agree with Mayor Karspeck that this is a big decision, right? And I applaud the board for, as much as everybody wants us to go, like we're treating this like it's our money as well, right? We're citizens of this town, and I think us making this decision and really being measured about it, because, it's kind of darned if we do, darned if we don't. If we go too quick, we're going to get accused of railroading something through the town, right? Versus, hey, we're really this is a lot of money, right? No matter how you slice and dice this, with the COP, without, it's a lot of money, millions of dollars. So I feel like we've been given really a clear picture of all these different options, all these different projects. To me, we can all give our opinions tonight, but give the Port one more week to have their meeting and then come back on this next board meeting and give direction. I think we have done our due diligence, right, thoroughly, and I think that's that should be applauded by our citizens because we are taking it serious. As much as they want us to go fast, these are big decisions, and our kids are going to be paying for them. So,
And I appreciate that perspective. I will also add that no matter what decision you make, you're going to have people that are mad about it. So just so we're clear, you tell me to build a pool at Richardson, there's going to be people that hate it. You tell me to build a pool at Wagner, there's going to be people that hate it. You tell me to build the Arboretum, there's going to be, I get those emails and phone calls every day. So you're going to make a tough choice, and there's going to be people that aren't going to like it. No matter what, if you decide to do nothing, there's going to be people that are going to be very angry
It's just
about
the
it.
price of poker.
So, you know, that I don't envy you in having to make that decision, but
I think we can all rest assured we have thoroughly examined this, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons why I proposed a bond measure, was really to put the onus back on the community to make that decision. I think that's, you know, I think just seeing the environment, I think anything on a ballot's like seems like a big giant no anymore. So it's really hard to feel like we're going to get viable feedback from the community. I still would be open to doing a bond measure to get the community to say yes or no, but I know there's not a lot of support on that. But that's
I would support it.
that's one of the reasons why I liked that idea, is that it's ultimately not us saying this is our choice. It really is the community's. But I think I think there's enough people in this room who reach out to the community and work with them daily to know what they've been wanting and what we've been hearing the last decade or so. So I think that weighs a lot too.
There are citizens who say that if we did that, we wouldn't have a rec center. How do you answer that?
Well, just having gone through that experience with the rec center, it was very polarizing, and so I think just because of the stigma around it, people voted no, not because they didn't want it, but just because they felt like they weren't able to contribute to the conversation, like it was being done around them or without them. And so I think that's why they said no, not because they didn't want it. In fact, the majority of the community said, we still want this, we just want you to hold off until we can have a say and be part of it. And so ultimately that project has been a great one for the community, but there's still people who won't use it because they feel slighted by the town. We're dealing with some of the consequences really of past boards in that regard. And so if there's an option to bridge that gap and propose this entire project to the community as, hey, we're checking all of the boxes, from every demographic over the last 10 years of research, are you ready for us to move forward and kind of lock in these funds, not ask for new funds, but lock them in for the next 30 years for these projects and, have it be something we could all be proud of together. I think that there's a beauty to that, but that might be kind of idealistic and it may not really work out that way. And they could say no just because we can't always help every citizen understand the scope of a project so that they want to be involved in it. So, I mean, there's just, there's those things to consider as well. If the board moves forward with a COP, I would really struggle with that, not because there's anything wrong with it, just because the impression, but I do think, knowing staff, knowing this board, I really think that the goals of the citizens have been prioritized and put at the forefront, and that's why this has been laborious for so long. And I'm really not trying to push it fast. It feels like we've been talking about this forever. And I just want to see, the speed of government's so slow. I want to see something break ground for our community, because the pool thing was really devastating because, while the Arboretum I think is going to be beautiful, I think there's so many amenities that are lacking that aren't going to be addressed if we don't talk about those now in a quicker fashion. So I'm sorry, rambling.
good stuff.
Oh, it's
Will you guys be offended if I sit down and turn this off?
No, please do.
If you want me to come back up and pull up some stuff you can look at, I'm happy to.
Please sit down.
Just want to sit
I
down.
think it's appropriate. We all kind of just given our initial
Yeah.
thoughts. Please go ahead with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
No, I think for myself, I have always put a lot of stock in our volunteers, on our commissions, and our committees, and I would really love to hear their feedback after tonight on what direction they think the town should take on this issue. So I'm really interested in listening in tomorrow night.
Mr.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that everyone said. This is a huge decision. It's taking a long time, but that's just the way it works. People on both sides of the issue, and in the middle are going to be mad at us, whatever decision we make. My initial thoughts about the subjects, multiple plural, that have come up tonight is with the survey and with all surveys, one of the things that is always at the top is parks and open space and trails. And I think something that hasn't come up in the recent meetings based on that is all of that river corridor that we are acquiring is going to turn into trails and open space. And that hasn't really been brought up as possible future amenities to get rid of 2 or 3 of those top bars on that graph. We've already done that, right? And so when that survey came out, we hadn't really finalized a lot of those purchases or a lot of those designs. And I think that removing those bars from that graph kind of change the needs and the wishes of even that survey. As far as the financing versus no financing, I was not privy to a lot of the conversations that happened the last time the COP was presented in front of the board, so I can't really speak to that. I've heard, and I know about all of the animosity that was still existing because of it. But from my understanding of talking to people around town, etc., I don't think anyone is against pool and ball fields, as opposed to what might have happened in the past where spending the money was, maybe we spend the money, maybe we don't. I don't want to spend this money. Yeah, I think it's okay to spend this money. But everyone wants an outdoor pool, and everyone wants ball fields. And both sides keep saying that, no, it's not that I don't want ball fields. I just think this is more important. No, it's not that I don't want a pool. I just think this is more important. And I think between the two, what's shared is they do both want that amenity, right? And I think, as Trustee Wing brought up, that park would check a lot of those boxes, right? It would check basically all of the boxes and some. I would like further discussion, right? The value engineering, I would like to see the numbers on maybe cutting out some of the features as opposed to a deep end and a diving board, because that seems to be an important aspect of whatever pool is built. That seems to be an important aspect. So I would like to see those numbers and how that would work out one way or the other. My main concern with putting and especially if there's a year difference between an outdoor pool at A. Richardson or at Wagner, maybe it's an extra year, maybe it's not, right? But maybe that seems like a lot to us, but 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the road, having spent an extra year here or there doesn't really matter to me. If it is something that everyone is going to enjoy in the future. And it's not certain that if we voted for something tonight, if we voted to move forward with a Wagner pool, it's not certain that it could be built in 2027. It might, because of various circumstances, also be extended into the future, right? So we can't necessarily make the decision based on that. And on that, like I said, I think a year difference is not a reason to go one way or the other. A concern that I've had from the beginning of talking about this project is I am concerned about losing that space south of the rec center, because if a pool goes in that space, we don't ever get to expand any of the amenities from the rec center. We don't ever get to build an indoor pool if that is something that the town in the future would want. And then you have 365 lanes, which a lot of the citizens are also concerned with. That's not being addressed by having an outdoor pool in either spot, right? I can't remember if I said, but I also really look forward to the feedback tomorrow to present to you guys to see how these guys waded through all this information as well. So thank you, Administrator Kirk and all the staff. Thank you guys. That was really informative.
Yeah, I really like. Thank you for looking at the survey and kind of okay, what boxes are these checking of the survey, right? I think of course, we want to be cognizant of what the citizens ranked higher, and I think we're doing that, right? But I think when we present that survey in the future, we should also be showing, hey, we've kind of checked these things off the list. Now, parks and trails are going to kind of continue to go on for quite a while, right? That's always going to be a topic, but I think that also helps the citizens get their head around, like, wow, we've actually got these things, and maybe it's not exactly how someone envisioned potentially, hypothetically, an outdoor pool next to the rec center. But yes, we have provided an outdoor pool, and so we kind of have to check that box, whether that's at Richardson or at Wagner. So I think we're all in agreement. Like we all kind of know the direction we want to go. There's maybe some nuances, but I'm in favor of letting the port committee do their work tomorrow night, and then I think we should really put this to bed.
Yeah, and you made me think of something as well. I mean, I think it's also important to know whatever decision we make based on ball fields and pools, that's also going to affect everything else that is going to happen in the future, right? So I think we also have to be looking at how can we make a decision that is going to benefit all of those future projects, which you guys brought up. Is there a way that we can, whatever decision we make, keep those in mind so that Newell Farm, so that Knievel, so that any of these other places that are high on the list as well, well, what's the way that we can make it so that we can start building these big items that are on our radar? How can we go ahead and start putting money aside to start those as soon as possible? Because something else is going to come up, right? The guy brought the golf course in front of us, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, that's new and shiny. And look at that thing. That's only $7 million, right?" And so, how can we keep moving forward so that we're not in this sort of perpetual going back and reevaluating every single time a big project comes in, and then forget about all of these other projects that have been going on, they've been planned, all we have to do is stamp a piece of paper, but now we can't because this new shiny thing has been put in front of us, right? So I think it's also important to make sure that whatever decision we make, we don't lose sight of what's going to happen next year, what's going to happen in 6 months, what's going to happen when and if the I-25 corridor gets developed, right? And I understand I don't want to make decisions based on that because that's a huge if, and we have no idea what's going to happen. But 6 months from now, something might happen that would completely change the conversation we're having today.
And can I just comment on one thing you said that I think was important was what happens at Wagner. And as I was reflecting on long term, what makes the most sense on the south end of Wagner, and it's lap lanes indoor. And it seems like it's missing that already. And so even though I want that outdoor pool there, long term, it really does not make sense to not have additional indoor space that could be used year round to expand that space and accommodate more of our community on that footprint. And so thank you for bringing that up, because that was something that, my perspective has shifted on that a lot is, I think, the community wants this outdoor pool, and I completely agree with them, but I do think long term, it doesn't make sense to be in that spot. So thank you for bringing that up.
I have a lot of different opinions on this too, but how about could we just let Port do this? Yep. I mean, I disagree with some of you, I agree with a lot of you on another, but I don't want to, I think your guys' opinion, we all agree your guys' opinions matters, and I think we'll wait for that feedback. Does that work for everybody?
Well, in all fairness, I kind of want to hear everyone's feedback in advance of Port so they could go in with everything.
Well, some of this for me is this financing. So I think we talk long term, and I think long term we're taking half of our 1998% sales tax away, around half of that. So this could go into why I don't think this is a good idea to do a COP. I'd feel more comfortable with a bond, because I think when we had the COP conversation that was regarding a new tax, this would be going back on an existing tax and taking half of that away. We could use that $2 million for a ton of other stuff each year if we're not appropriating that. There's so much value into this conversation, into having it, that I've actually shifted myself into, hey, maybe this is good you could part with half of that tax, but I'd have a real struggle doing that through a COP and not getting the citizens' input on that. So I guess my long-term conversation, it might be looking different than what we both see as long-term. But I just want to leave it at that because I don't know. I kind of want to hear this and
Yeah, good.
digest all this info tonight because definitely my plans might change by the time I get to the parking lot.
I've had some new thoughts just as you guys were talking that
Yeah.
I think we should talk about tonight.
Yeah,
Cool.
this is definitely a, you know, it's a never-ending game of chess. To the analogy that Trustee Wing used, right? Like we can manipulate these things a million different ways, and we'll still be talking about this
Right.
2 years later.
Absolutely.
So
What a good problem to have, though.
Can I give like a 1 minute?
Please.
I love what Trustee Brody said. We've talked about this as staff. I think I may have mentioned this to you as a board. What we're playing is an infinite game. The rules are undefined. There is no clear winning. Everything we do, the players aren't always the same, right? A finite game like a football game on Friday night. You know the rules. You know how to win. You know when the clock expires. You know exactly who the team is.
Exactly.
An infinite game is completely different. All of that is ever changing. Winning an infinite game is continual improvement. So I think no matter what we do, if it's an improvement over what we're doing, we should consider that a win.
Agreed.
Because nothing you decide today will be finite, right?
Yep.
Nothing you decide tomorrow will be finite. And our goal should be continuous improvement. It just is a question of what do you want to improve and when. But anyway, sorry, that's just my little philosophical note to end on.